Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the May 20th, 2021 Historic Preservation Commission meeting. I call the meeting to order at 5:08 p.m. Due to the evolving situation with the COVID-19 novel coronavirus and health recommendations from LA County Health Department, the Historic Preservation Commission meeting will be available to the public electronically. Due to social distancing requirements, the public will not be able to attend the meeting. The public is encouraged to watch and participate from the safety of their homes to practice social distancing. The meeting can be viewed on local cable channel, Charter Cable Channel 6 and AT&T UVerse Channel 99. Also streaming at the city website, www.glendaleca.gov/government/public-meeting-portal. For public comments and questions during the meeting, please call 818-937-8100. City staff will be submitting these questions and comments in real time to the appropriate person during the Historic Preservation Commission meeting. May I have roll call, please?
Before we do roll call, Commissioner Morgan, keep your mic on for roll call, but if you could turn it off and mute yourself, we're getting some background noise. But for roll call, I think that was it. Okay. Commissioner Doom?
Present.
Commissioner Morgan?
Here.
Commissioner Yurka?
Present.
Commissioner Vartanian is absent, and Chair Craignotti?
Present.
4-0.
Item number 2, reports regarding the posting of the agenda. The agenda for the May 20th, 2021 regular meeting of the Glendale Historic Preservation Commission was posted on May 17th, 2021 on the bulletin board outside City Hall. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes? And if so, would someone like to make a motion to approve the minutes from the HPC meeting last month, April 15, 2021? Anyone?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Echo. Thank you, Mr.
I'll
Doom.
second.
Do I have a second? Great. Roll call,
Okay,
please.
Commissioner Doom? I think I know what you meant. Commissioner Morgan?
Yes.
Commissioner Yurka?
Yes.
Commissioner Craignotti?
Yes. Item number 4, oral communication. Do we have any oral communication, Jay?
No, not that's not connected to items. So.
Okay. Moving on. Item number 5. Any comments from my fellow commissioners? Going once. Going twice. Sold. Okay. Moving on. Item number 6. Old business. Are we shuffling things around, Jay?
Yeah, we need to shuffle because of the teams that we have. Everyone's prepared for it now.
Okay. So folks that are waiting for item 6A, please sit tight. We're going to come back to that in a minute. We're going to skip ahead to new business. Item A, 9. We're going to start with Broadway, Jay?
Yes, the 920 Broadway.
920?
Yeah.
920. Okay. 920 East Broadway, rehabilitation of the Harrower Lab. GR number 8, Glendale Register item number 18 for affordable senior housing.
And before we start,
project description.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
No, keep going.
Go ahead.
Oh.
Okay. Project description. 920 East Broadway. The rehabilitation of 3 historic Harrower Lab buildings, Glendale Register number 18, and construction of new 2-story with basement building to provide 41 affordable units for seniors. Environmental determination. The project is exempt from CEQA as a Class 31 historic resource restoration/rehabilitation and Class 32 infill development. Jay.
Okay, before we start, I wanted to make sure, and I didn't hear, did you mention the public comment phone number, the call-in line?
Oh, I did at the beginning, but I'll say it again.
Okay, sorry.
Again, I'll repeat for public comments and questions during the meeting. You can call 818-937-8100.
Yeah, and it should be up on the screen, so just didn't catch that. So before I introduce the project, I just wanted to say that, this is a highly collaborative effort to bring more affordable housing into Glendale, collaborative between different city divisions and departments, with nonprofit affordable housing developers, with our consultant teams, And I just want to say we're totally excited about the idea of a project like this coming to one of our historic properties. It's kind of a dream, and it's hopefully the beginning of other projects, not necessarily for designated historic resources, but possibly just for reusing older buildings for the purpose of creating more housing and affordable housing, especially in Glendale. So it's it's a fun project to be involved with, and the person who's having the most fun is probably Mike Fortney from our housing division. He's leading this project, and so he was going to introduce things for you guys, and then introduce the project team who will make their presentations to you.
That's great.
Mike Fortney,
take it away.
He's having too much fun.
That's right.
I don't unmute, my apologies. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
There we go.
And I believe it's Chair Craig Nettie. Am I pronouncing that correct? Craig Nettie?
That's good. That'll work. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm Mike Fortney. I'm the Principal Housing Project Manager for the city. Just kind of give you a little background.
Hey, Mike, I'm sorry to interrupt. You're really low on the sound. If you can come closer to the mic or whatever.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. My apologies. Just to give you some background, I learned about the possibility of the site being listed for sale. I think it was in April or May of 2019. And right away, very excited about the site. And so with the City Council Housing Authority's approval, we met with the owners. We did an appraisal of the property and made an offer. And ultimately, I think it was October of 2019 that we acquired the site. We bought 900, 912, 920 East Broadway and 117 South Belmont all in one package from Tobin World. Just a little over $12 million for that 1.6 acre property. Once we had the site, honestly, I didn't know if we were going to approach this as a single project or multiple projects. But fairly early on, I realized they had to be separate projects, that we were looking at a ground up new construction project on the 900 side. And we're looking at the adaptive reuse and historic preservation on the 920 side. So we did hire a KFA who is on this meeting, John Arnold specifically. We hired them to do fit plans for us for both sites, 900 and 920, because we always intended to develop affordable housing, but we needed to know roughly how many units we could get in the Harrowerville lab complex, and then how many we could construct next door. We also hired ARG. We did bid it out to HRG, ARG, and Gibney, and I believe one other outfit. ARG beat them out. They're on the call. Evan St. Charles is on the call, and Katie, I believe, Katie Hurk is also on the call, and she can answer questions about the part 1 application, the part 2 application, things like that. Anyway, fast forward, we issued the RFQ for the site, both sites actually on the same day in July of last year. And on 920, we actually got 6 different developers to propose projects. And I think part of it was because it's a small project, it's only 40 units. It's really the minimum number of units for what we call a 9% affordable housing tax credit, which is a financing tool we use. It's the best financing tool out there. Anything less than 40 units really doesn't pencil. And so there wasn't a lot of different developers biting on this one. We had some other RFQs for larger sites where we had quite a few. At any rate, the staff selected Abode Communities as a developer for 920. Frankly, I've always wanted to work with Abode for all these years. They're a great company. I know them. They have good experience doing adaptive reuse and historic preservation and affordable housing, everything we were looking for really. So we selected them. They are also on the call. Sarah Say is with Abode Communities and can answer questions about her company. Anyway, the City Council and the Housing Authority approved Abode. We entered into an exclusive negotiating agreement with them. We then recently, on May 4th, were approved for a letter of loan commitment and for this project with, again, Abode Communities. And I don't know how much you're concerned with dollars, but we were committed to $9.5 million just on the 920 side alone. That's money coming from the city or the housing authority. $6 million of it was to acquire the land, and another $3.5 million in cash to make the project work. That was just approved May 4th. So the next step then obviously is to come to you and hopefully get design approval. And with that approval, we will apply for those 9% tax credits this July. And we should know probably in August, but no later in September if we've got that award. But, you know, I mentioned Glendale is putting in $9.5 million. It's a $27.5 million project. So we really need those tax credits to come to make the project work. And that's the background there. I'm very happy to answer any questions you may have, either now or at the end of the presentation. But if there's no questions now, I'll just turn it over to Roger Kiesel, the planner for the project.
Commissioners, do you think maybe we should just turn it over and get started? I don't see anybody with questions, so let's do that. Let's turn it over and hear what you got to say.
You're muted.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Historic Preservation Commission. I'm going to share my screen for a PowerPoint. Whoops. Sorry about that. Hold on.
Always wanted to know your password.
Okay, what's going on here? Go. Okay, can everybody see the screen?
Yes.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, all right. All right, the first item this evening is case number PDR 2107484. As Mike and Jay have mentioned, it's located at 920 East Broadway. Sort of a summary of the project. The project involves the adaptive reuse of 3 on-site buildings of the former Harrower Lab complex into residential units, and then the construction of a new 2-story residential building. In total, there will be 40 residential units on the site, all of which will be affordable aside from the 1 manager's apartment. 22 parking spaces will be provided for the project. Those will be located off-site at 900 East Broadway, which is the project you'll hear next. The project site is located on a 33,450 square foot site in the C3 commercial service zone. The project site is located on the south side of Broadway between Cedar and Belmont Streets. On the map, it's the site in green. Just a brief summary of the density bonus component. The site would normally be able to accommodate 34 units pursuant to our zoning requirements. A 17% density bonus was recently approved to achieve the 40 units that are proposed on the site. The project is a 100% affordable project and located close to some major transit stops. And so as such, the project is eligible for additional height as of right, no parking requirements, and up to 4 concessions with an unlimited amount of waivers. City Council recently approved a density bonus and housing plan for the project and granted the project 4 concessions and 3 waivers. The concessions were for a reduction in the minimum unit size, or I should say the minimum studio unit size, from 600 square feet to 460 square feet. The second concession was the elimination of the conditional use permit requirement for ground floor residential units. The third concession was elimination of the private open space requirements. And then finally, elimination of private storage for each of the units. The 3 waivers that were granted were for reductions in various street side and interior setback requirements, a reduction in the amount of additional open space required for the project from 2,300 square feet to about 980 square feet. And then finally, a reduction in the distance between dwelling units from a minimum of 12 feet to 10 feet 7 inches. This is the site plan of the project. The existing build, I should say, just step back. The top of the slide is Broadway. That's the street. The light gray buildings are the existing buildings on site. The dark gray building is the proposed. Belmont Street is to your right. And then the alley, which will be converted to a pedestrian paseo, is to your left.
Hey, Roger,
Sure.
could you just go back to the slide with the location map for a second?
Maybe.
It might be number 3 or something.
Yeah. Oh, it's pretty easy, Jay.
Yeah, I thought so, but you know.
even for me.
I just wanted to, I think we didn't kind of introduce the site planning for this project as well as we could have. So as Roger showed you, the green highlighted rectangle is the Harrower Lab site, and that's the site we're talking about right now for this 40-unit project. But just to the left, which is to the west, is the comparably sized site that is going to be what you're hearing next, the 900 East Broadway site, which is a much larger new construction building. And that's on a site that was also owned by Tobin World, but it does not contain any historic buildings. So that what's on that site now will be demolished. And then you see this alley that runs between Cedar and Belmont. The portion of the alley that runs between the 2 buildings is going to be vacated and turned into a public passageway. So an amenity, not just for the residents, but also for the public, to have this nicely landscaped area that's really going to tie this development into the city in a really nice way. And then there's an easement at the far south side of the new construction on the west. So the alley that you see running from Harvard up is going to make a left turn and then go out to Cedar. So that I just thought that might help you get your heads around the 2 different projects and how they're related to each other physically on the street. So that's it. Thanks, Roger.
Thanks, Jay.
Thanks, Jay. All right. Let me go back to the site plan. As Jay mentioned, the alleyway is here with the paseo. This is just a portion of the next project you'll hear. So with related to the current project, there are no changes to the exterior of the 3 historic buildings or their locations. So nothing on the outside of the buildings changes, and their locations do not change. The new building will be proposed in the southern portion of the site, which, if you can see my arrow, is right here. This building will not be readily visible from the nearby public streets. The location of this building will not alter really the relationship between the existing buildings on the site and will provide a sense of enclosure to the southern end of the courtyard. So the courtyard right here, we'll talk a little bit more about that shortly, but the building provides sort of a sense of enclosure on all four sides.
Could I?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Could I ask a question?
Sure.
Sorry, if you could go back to the last slide. I was just I had a question about the bird transformer and the transformer pad that are you can see just located between the new building and the Paseo. Are those both servicing the Harrower project?
I believe they are, yes.
Okay.
So, hi, this is John Arnold. Thanks for having me. The architect. Yes, they are. Those are utilities
Okay.
for this site.
Okay, thank you. And for this, okay, great, thank you.
All right, outdoor open space for the project is located within the existing central courtyard, is usable and easily accessible for all the units in the complex. There's a large sort of open grassy area in the center of the open space, as well as some planters for gardening and sitting areas. So the site is pretty well proposed. The landscape plans will come later in the presentation. Additional open space is required on this site and required to be provided contiguous to street front or streets and street side yards. So according to our code, additional open space would have been required here in this area or along this setback here. The project did receive a waiver from this requirement, as it would have required the historic buildings to be moved. As you may recall, also a waiver was also granted for private open space, which is typically balconies on upper floor units. However, again, putting balconies on historic buildings would not go over well. So that was another waiver. Landscape plans and the fencing design are shown on this slide. As I mentioned earlier, sort of the center of the common open space, there's a large grassy open area. Some planters here for urban gardening are located here. There's sitting areas here and here, as well as benches around the pathway. Landscaping within the courtyard will be enhanced with drought-tolerant plantings. Additional information regarding that was in your plat packet in the plans. And then the fencing, staff believes is appropriate for the historic nature of the site. And this fencing is just very limited areas, basically to secure and enclose the courtyard. So the fencing will go in this area as well as this area. Mass and scale of the site will not significantly change from the adjacent right-of-ways, as the existing historic buildings will remain in their present locations. The new building at the southern portion of the site will be connected to the Belmont building by an exterior stairway. And the height of this building is the same as the existing buildings on the site. And it's also similarly massed as a low rectangular building. So this is the front building on Broadway. This right here is what you see and what you will see on Broadway. This is the back courtyard elevation, and then the two side elevations are here. These are the elevations for 912 Broadway. 117 Belmont, these are the elevations. Belmont is the cross street to Broadway, so this is what you see and will see from that street. This is the interior courtyard view, and then the two side elevations. And then finally, this is the new building proposed on the southern portion of the site. The north elevation in the corner here is what you will see when you are in the courtyard. This is the rear elevation. So this is the elevation that you will see from the new access easement. Actually, no, I'm sorry, I'm mixing up the two projects. Sorry about that. This is a front perspective of the building, sort of looking at the building from the intersection. This part of the building is the Broadway facade. This part of the building is the Belmont facade. It's a perspective from the courtyard. Again, the new building is here. Existing side buildings are here and here. The proposed building is compatible. Let me go back to that elevation. The proposed building is compatible with the mass scale design and materials of the historic buildings. The new building will be faced with a white brick veneer, reflecting the pattern and the texture of the existing buildings. Window proportions also reflect the patterning of the existing buildings. And then finally, on the existing buildings, the ivy will be removed from them. The masonry will be repaired and repointed as necessary. You know what? I think I'm going the wrong way. I apologize. Here's a quick slide of materials and color. So you see the white brick facade here. Detailing of the window installations are here. A window cut or a window sort of drawing is here, and then colors. Color of the building, this is the stairs and the railings. So to wrap up, yes.
I just wanted to jump in, and I don't want anyone to be alarmed on the commission or anywhere else. And I don't think when I set this up, I did a good enough job saying that this project is an amazing rehabilitation of the historic buildings. So when we're looking at these windows, this is not anything relating to the historic buildings. This is just for the new construction on the site. The project is going to meet the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. And not only that, we are applying for a federal rehabilitation tax credit, which is the highest level of preservation review in the federal, preservation system. And between John Arnold, the architect, and the consultants from ARG, they'll be able to answer any questions, but I just wanted to make sure you understood that the 3 brick buildings are going to have their existing windows restored. The brick facades are going to be restored back to their original brick appearance. So this is a really solid project where the exterior portions will be what we call restored, but the buildings are being rehabilitated from their former use to the new housing use. So, thank you.
Okay. That was part of what I was going to say. So that's okay. So, based on the analysis in the staff report, staff does recommend approval of the project with no conditions. So that concludes my presentation. And does anybody want to see any of the slides in the slideshow anymore?
Thank you, Roger. Commissioners, does
Okay.
anybody have any questions? Any need to go back to see anything? No? Okay.
No? All right, thank you.
Jay, is this when we can open it up to questions?
Well, I just want to make sure. I'm not sure if the architect
There's still more.
wanted to present anything. It looks like.
Sure. I have a couple
Yes,
nuances
looks like he
to speak the speak and talk the talk. I'm John Arnold,
Thank you, John.
KFA.
I appreciate it. Sorry about that.
We have a long track record of adaptive reuse in the region. We helped write the adaptive reuse code for Los Angeles, and we're very familiar with conforming work and Secretary of Interior standards, reversibility, et cetera. So everything we're doing to the old buildings is conforming work. The colors are matching the historic photographs, which is a light paint color. We are restoring a door that was put in. There's been some things that have, of course, happened over the last 100 years to the building. So we are restoring. There was a door put in the building that faces Belmont. We're replacing that with a window to match what it was historically. So that's a fixing. And then I just want to talk about the connection to the new building to the old building. In the 1980s, there was a fire stair put in on that back corner. So that back corner of the building is scarred. It's been already altered. So we're taking that 1980s stair down. We're building the new building separated from the old building. So there's no physical connection. And then there's a stair that's between them, an open stair. So when you're in the courtyard, you'll see air, light and air through that connection. So they are technically they're one building, but they will look like two buildings. So we really were careful to show that separation and not to have new building butting up against old building. Instead, it'll be a light metal stair providing that connection. So we were pretty sensitive to that. And I just wanted to add those comments. And then all the fenestration on the old building, for example, the openings that are face the open corridor, those are all directly proportioned or scaled. That's exactly the same size as the windows on the front building, and all the other windows are based on sizes and proportions based on the historic building. So we took our cues, of course, but we didn't mimic, and we just wanted to have there to be harmony. We were going for a non-discordant design without being matchy-matchy. So that's what our approach was. Thanks.
That's great. Thank you, John. Anybody else need to present anything?
I don't think so.
No, Jay? We're good? Yeah. Okay.
Unless there are questions.
So we can, let's open it up to
I have
some
a question.
questions. Kathy?
Yeah, so I'm assuming that the HPC has design review authority over the project, or are we making a recommendation to council?
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't make that more clear. A lot of things like that tonight. You have full binding authority over this property because it's on the Glendale Register.
Okay.
For the 900 project, we're bringing that to you as in an advisory capacity. That's going to the design review board next week. So.
Okay, that was my understanding. So I did have a few concerns, and these are questions. I'll make my comments about the project later. But I just was wondering why the plans that we received for 900, which are advisory, are sort of the same as the ones we've received for 900. Like there's so many things missing that you would, I think if this were going to the design review board, it would have had mechanical, it would have had, if there's ducting, plumbing chases, things like that, where's the trash going? There's a conversation about something being screened, but there's no details about those elements. I just was surprised that there were so many details missing that are a part of plans that should be reviewed as part of a final approval.
I'm not sure we have an answer for that. If you have specific questions about where the mechanical is or the trash.
Where's all that? Yeah, I guess where's all that going?
I have to say the timing for this project, and Mike Fortney could address this better than I can. the complications of working through the grant cycles and getting everything ready to go to get a project like this moving forward is beyond any projects that the CRB typically looks at. That may have contributed to that, but I don't think, based on having our consultant team and everyone reviewing it, I don't know that any of these will raise serious questions. But you're right; those things should be on the drawings, and unfortunately, they're not for tonight, unless we're missing anything. And I'll let Roger or John address that.
Yeah, the trash is located in the southeast. The southwest portion of the site. You had a question about their transformer pad.
Yeah.
Trash
Is it possible for you to put a slide up again and just point it out? I think that would be the
Sure.
easiest thing. Thanks.
Yeah. Can everybody see?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, it's coming. It's coming through.
Okay. The trash is located in this area right here.
And if I may, so the site slopes about 4 feet or 5 feet from the front, from north to south. And so currently that whole back part where that's a utility area right now, it's a lower parking lot. So basically the new building is somewhat of a retaining wall that's currently there that holds, keeps the courtyard flat. And so the trash is located at alley level. And so the access to the trash is at courtyard level. So it's about 4 to 5 feet below. And so there'll be a way for people to put their trash into the bins that are at alley level. So we purposefully kept the utilities, which is the trash and the transformer, in the back corner, which is the service alley. So yeah, we don't have a detail for the enclosure around the trash, but we can certainly include one.
And John, if you could just confirm that the HVAC condenser units will be up on the roof and they'll be either screened by the parapets or by screening to meet our code.
They are up on the roof, screened by the parapet.
So does that mean they won't be visible from the street?
They won't be visible from the street, correct?
Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, there are currently units on the building and those aren't visible, so it should be similar.
Okay.
Situation.
Okay. What about the elevator? The projection of the elevator?
So we're putting a 2-stop elevator in the front building at 920, so it'll be totally in the building. It's kind of right where the ding of building is on 920. It's right about there. And then the new building will have its own elevator that will service 117 through that stair connection that I described earlier. So that will be a 3-story elevator that services the 2-story 117 Belmont. 912 Broadway is a 1-story building. It doesn't need an elevator. It has a 2-story portion, but that's going to be 1 unit, so the stair will be interior like it is today.
Will the projection for the elevator, is that visible from the street? Do you know?
Good question. I don't. It will be. It's the rule of thumb is 14 feet above the highest floor where you have a stop. I don't believe it will be any higher than mechanical equipment. So I think the answer is no. We can confirm that.
And will there have to be any duct work added inside? Because it mentioned it was getting a whole new HVAC system, and I didn't, because if there's, sorry, go ahead.
So ducting is for residential isn't a thing. So what there'll be is it's a split system, which is ductless. Might be a few ducts inside the unit, but there's no ducts that run around the building like a central plant or anything like that. So it's a different system than if this was an institutional building like it was. So the answer to that is no, there won't be any exposed ducting. The interior of the buildings, there's only one portion that is historic inside that's being preserved. It's the central stair at the lobby of the building, and that will be preserved, as will the corridor arrangement in the front building. So, but otherwise, it's going to be a lot of new walls and demising walls, and those have all been changed myriad times over the years anyway. So, yeah, nothing that's historic will be impacted there.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions, commissioners? No, Mike, you're good. Nick, you're good.
Good.
Kathy, so your questions were about the project we're talking about now, right? You had mentioned something about the project next door, but that's not what you were curious about, right?
Yeah. You're on mute, Kathy.
Sorry,
Yeah, these
Kathy,
were
you were
just
still muted.
Yeah, these were just missing details that you expect to see on a project where you're having sort of final design review, unlike the other one where I could understand it being a bit more provisional because it's just advisory. That was only my point in linking them.
I see. Okay. I'm thumbing through the packet they sent us, and I thought I saw those things you were asking about. That's all. That's why I was confused. Okay, great. So with no further questions, Jay, what do you need from us?
Well, now you need to open the public hearing.
Oh, open the public comment.
But
I thought I could just skip right by.
Well, you may as well have, because we have no one online. So I think officially you need.
It was my ESPJ. I knew that we didn't have it, but yes, I will officially open it. Are there any calls?
There are no calls.
I will officially close it.
And we haven't received any letters
it.
for this, and that's true, Roger. You haven't received anything.
Okay.
I have not.
I'm sorry.
We do want to make some comments though, still, so I'll leave some time for that. Yeah.
Oh, I
so
just had
now
one.
we will discuss it among the commissioners.
Oh, Chris, could I ask one more question? Sorry. So the architect. Oh, John, you had mentioned that there was a window that had been replaced with a door, and you were replacing it again with a window. I noticed also in ARG's assessment that all the doors. It sounds like all the doors had been replaced.
Yeah.
There have been windows that have been replaced that are non-historic. There are windows that have been bricked in. A few that are covered with plywood. Something else I couldn't tell was what is the plan for those non-original materials? Are the doors being replaced? We didn't have ARG. I know in the thing that you submitted to the for preliminary review by the National Park Service, that you mentioned. The removal of a lot of those features. And you also had provided something like 50 photographs. We did not get any photographs with our materials. So do you know what the original doors looked like? You mentioned knowing that there was wainscoting inside and, the hardwood floors. And I was just wondering, do we have information by which the original doors could be reconstructed? So I guess that's a question for both of you.
John, we can take this one.
Yes, please.
We do not have extensive historic documentation related to the existing door materials. The one historic photograph that we do have was included in the packet. So it's just the Broadway facing building that was, in the title page of our report. Otherwise, there are a couple of secondary doors that appear to be original that would be retained. So those could be used potentially for the reconstruction of the doors. But from what we understand now, there is no proposed replacement of secondary doors.
So the doors will remain the glazed existing doors.
Yeah, they're storefront currently.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And the windows, the window replacements, the bricked windows, the plywood. I think the plywood's going to go.
Yeah, so the windows that have been boarded up with plywood or been replaced with plywood, from our understanding, and John, please correct me, facing the courtyard, those would be replaced and new wood windows would be reinstalled. The other non-historic windows that are basically flanking the doors facing Belmont and Broadway would not be replaced. They would remain.
And the windows are very uniform, so replacing in kind, I think, would be the easiest note to put on the plans to make it clear that any opening that's there that's being brought back will have a window that's identical to the ones that are immediately adjacent, because they are very regular.
And none of the brick would be removed to reinstall windows. So just the ones that are boarded up.
Thank you.
Of course.
Other commissioners, any other comments? I'm seeing none.
I have comments, but I don't want to, I don't
Yeah,
need to go
let's-
first. I just was waiting to see if other people had questions.
Oh, yeah, no, we can open up to comments, questions, whatever we have, whatever we need. You can go first.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Oh, now you're on mute, Kathy.
Sorry, I'm so used to Zoom. I've got Zoom down to a science. Well, actually, I say that when I'm on WebEx, and I say I've got WebEx down to a science when I'm on Zoom. I, like Jay, I think this is a very exciting project. I'm very happy to see this happen. This building seems just made for an adaptive reuse as housing, and I think 100% affordable housing is a wonderful thing. I did have some design issues and some suggestions for the new building. I personally don't like the white brick facade material, the cladding. For one thing, I think it's too bright. I think it's really going to draw attention to itself and detract from the historic building. I think that there are better ways to honor the brick than by having the kind of fake brick there. And my suggestion would be actually to just use a different materials, just use stucco and do it in a compatible color. Once you've uncovered the brick, done the gentlest possible cleaning, whatever color you end up with. I really think that would be a better design choice than this really stark contrast between the brick coloring and the white. I'm also a hard no on vinyl windows. I think that something that is more compatible should be chosen. I think aluminum clad. I think we do. I mean, this is a National Register eligible property that we are adding to, and I think something that's a higher quality material would be in order. I am, let's see. Oh, the fence that's proposed, which you can see. I always just wish that plans were numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, that just had pages. But this is like the third, for those of us who have the hard copy, it's L.250, and it's the third to the last page. I think, the staff report says that the fence will be like, I can't remember, it's not virtually transparent, but it's like awfully transparent. I find this fencing very bulky and very complex. It's not, I don't object to the design as such, but on this property, I think it should be as simple and as invisible as possible. I'm also just wondering how this design would work, given that Roger pointed out very, very small openings where the fence would be. I just think pickets, just the metal, in a color that's, the gray, I think is acceptable, just that's going to disappear. This calls attention to itself. I also thought I would prefer to see the courtyard not with a circular design. I thought we were going to get a landscaping presentation, or maybe that was it, just this kind of simple layout. But I think, given the diamond pattern, the kind of the effect that was aimed for with the fencing, I think the diamond pattern is really a theme, and I think that might make more sense as a kind of pattern rather than a circle in the courtyard. I did have a question. It says turf. Is that going to be natural grass? Is it going to be is there a drought tolerant proposal? I wasn't sure.
It's not, I'm not the landscape architect, but the intent was to have natural living grass, and it will likely
Okay.
be drought tolerant variety that won't be, not Kentucky bluegrass. So, but it will be
Okay.
natural grass, taking advantage of the real earth that we get to use for the first time in a long time.
And my last comment is that I think for a project that's been described, since it's a tax credit project and it's described as needing to meet the highest possible standards, I think that the glazed storefronts, that something else should go in their place that is compatible with the existing. And if there are examples of 2 doors there that you believe are original, I think that would be a good pattern to follow. I have less of a problem with the windows, I think. And I certainly understand not unbricking the bricked in windows. But the doors, I mean, they just seem wildly inappropriate to the, I mean, when I've walked by the building, they just stick out like a sore thumb, even on, the building as it's been used in kind of more commercial or industrial capacity. But as a residence, I would prefer to see something that is compatible with the historic building. And I think those are my comments.
Can I just, for clarification, ask, one of the reasons the current storefront infill sticks out is because it's clear anodized aluminum. If this were powder coated or anodized with a color to kind of more close, because the doors resemble the proportions of single pane glazed wood doors, for example, would a color shift and perhaps a reflectivity change be something that could work?
I guess I'd ask why wouldn't you do something that would be a reconstruction of doors that are presumed to be original or historic? Is it just are they particularly ornate? I don't have any photos, so I don't.
No, but a rehabilitation project, and I could let ARG or John address this also, but in a rehabilitation project, it's acceptable to insert different materials in a setting where they've already been compromised. If we're expecting these to have high volume, especially the entry doors, there could be reasons just for durability's sake that we would want to kind of have a more durable material that requires less maintenance than wood over time. And then also there could be, and I'll let Mike address this. I don't think we're going to get down to this level. It's, this project has a budget, but it's also a budget conscious project. So.
Mm-hmm. So sorry, Katie, did you want to say something or sorry, Evan?
Yes, it's Evan. So Jay is correct. The Secretary of the Standards for Rehabilitation, which the National Park Service uses when they're reviewing federal tax credit applications, don't require replacement of non-historic doors if the building is listed or determined eligible with those alterations already having occurred.
I mean, I guess the environmentalist in me would say that if it's going to be something that says kind of not that still stands out, I would rather not throw away functioning doors than put in new doors that don't accomplish sort of what I was hoping to. So if that makes sense.
Well,
rather than just, yeah.
And the commission, if your colleagues join you in your concern there, the commission is in a position to tell us what you want to see on these designated Glendale buildings. So,
yeah, Jay, if I could just mention, I just from my perspective, I'm just concerned with the budget. I have no idea what this could potentially cost. And Sarah Say, she's with Abode Communities. She's on. Sarah, do you have any thoughts on the doors?
Sure. I'm not as in the weeds on the details of the plans, so I, like you, Mike, don't know the exact cost. I will say we do need to be really careful about cost, just because there's the potential, if the project costs so much, it could become ineligible for the 9% credit. So that would be my primary concern on the cost front, but I think, we can evaluate different different items from a cost perspective.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as Sarah. It's we want to explore anything. We just don't want. We don't know what the cost impact would be, and just frankly, we're at almost $690,000 per unit on this project, which is a pretty astronomical number compared to new construction. So that would be just my one concern is if you allow us, if that's the direction you want to go, or any other direction on design, allow us to at least explore what the cost impact would be on the project.
Great.
That's fine. I mean, I also want to reiterate that my point was if I wouldn't want to see these storefronts replaced with just a darker storefront that was maybe a bit more compatible. Like that would seem that would seem like just a lot of money for not much gain. I feel and maybe this is just a personal preference. I feel much more strongly about the vinyl windows on the new building. I just think that it just, for me, cheapen, especially if this is white vinyl. It just seems to cheapen the look of it.
Yeah, one thought about keeping the existing doors is when you're putting as much effort into a great restoration and everything's going to look clean and crisp, and the tenants moving in are going to be saying, I'm the first person moving into this building. And if you have these kind of doors that have been through the ringer, this has been a school with lots of building abuse over the years. I don't know that I understand your environmental concern, but I would weigh that with the idea of like really trying to have the entry points be something that's in keeping and fitting for the efforts that we're making with the rest of the building.
So can I ask a process question? So if we came up with a design, because in historic buildings, we often have a storefront door, but we have a fatter style. So it'd be like a single light door with a big kick plate and some wide style. So it wouldn't be like, the typical, the drugstore door. So I'm wondering the process wise, if we come up with something that is affordable and that is compatible, do we come back through you, or is this something that is a recommendation that I'm wondering how to get this in the drawings? That's one.
Yeah, sure. But let me just jump in there. First, we have to see the direction that the board takes, the commission takes. So we'll once we're finished with the deliberation, we'll see if there's concurrence and if this is a direction we want to move in. And then typically we would work on, the commission will give us their goals and recommendations through a set of conditions. And then in general, if this is an approval with conditions, then staff would implement them. So
great, thank you.
May I ask a question about, just since we're talking about those vinyl windows, was that a consideration of cost? Is that why you guys went that way? Because it seems like a lot of windows and vinyl would certainly be less expensive than one of the other alternatives.
Yes, I would say yeah.
So vinyl windows are the standard of the industry right now, and they are much better than they were even 5 years ago. They do have the best energy compliance. They do have wider styles, so you can actually get them, which we're planning to do. They'll have the proportions of the traditional window, but they will be in vinyl. So it's not, the Home Depot, vinyl slider that we all hate so much when we see them in historic buildings. But they will have some meat to them. They will be substantial. They will be double hung, so they will have a substance to them. And our thought was to blend the color of them into the lighter color of the building. But of course we can revisit that.
Yeah, well, it seems like if the walls are white and the windows are white, there's probably not going to be a lot of contrast there between the walls and the windows at that point. But yeah, I can see if we changed the color of the building to something darker, they would certainly stand out more. The white vinyl anyway would.
Right.
Okay, so any other comments, commissioners?
We're talking about the windows that are on the new building, right? Not the windows
Correct.
that are on the old building, correct?
Yes, the vinyl's proposed only
That's
for
correct.
the new construction at the south end.
Okay.
And then actually, when I'm looking at the overhead, sort of three-dimensional overhead shot, the building behind the new construction building on Belmont really obscures the view of this building, right? That building is to scale in the three-dimensional shot, right?
Yes, and it will be, there will be some visibility when you're on Belmont looking between the building to the south. You'll see the rear facade of this building, and then of course when you're coming up the alley and then hanging a left to go out to Cedar, you'll see the backside and corner of the building.
So if I may,
yeah,
it
but
is
from the
true that-
street, really, most people are not going to see.
Yes,
It's very limited.
From Belmont, you will not be able to see the addition because the building next door is our height, or maybe or even a little bit taller.
Well, the residents will, and also, remember, it's not like a historic district contributor where the public right-of-way view is really the operating principle. I mean, I do think that I understand the cost considerations, but this is also a National Register eligible property, and I feel like it should get highest consideration for the addition.
I mean, I see where you're coming from on that. If this were somehow in the front or on a side where it was really going to be visible, I could see that. But if we're at $690,000 a unit, it's hard to consider this affordable housing at that point. So I can understand from a budgetary standpoint wanting to throw all our money at the parts that are really the most important, which would be the restoration of the buildings, of the existing buildings, and then. I'm just this shot here. If you can pull it up for other people, I don't know if you showed it on the thing, but it really kind of puts into perspective the layout of these buildings. And you would see a tiny bit of the building across maybe from Cedar, and I understand where you're coming from. But yes, it's not a public right of way consideration with National Register properties, but I think the idea that it's tucked away in the back. I don't know. I can see that's the place where we should probably be saving the most money for a project like this. That's my thoughts anyway. Mr. Doom, do you have any comments? Mr. Morgan, any more comments? You're still on mute, Mr. Morgan, I think.
I concur with what you have just espoused. Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Doom, do you have anything to say?
No, I think Catherine said a lot. Thank you.
Good. Okay. Sounds like she covered the important points. Okay. So Jay, you're looking for, oh, sorry, go ahead, Kathy.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask, is the stucco versus the brick veneer, is that a cost consideration? Because I have to say that I feel most strongly about that material change.
That there's even a chance that could be a tax credit consideration, and I would strongly recommend that we keep the brick veneer to keep the grain and texture of the old buildings in this kind of enclosed courtyard space. I understand, I understand that it's very bright and white, but putting a stucco building that then is going to have relief joints on it, so it's not going to be a clean, expansive stucco. Mm-hmm. It's then going to have these reglets to create, control joints for expansion and cracking. That's going to create a very strikingly modern-looking structure that will, in my opinion, be very at odds with the goal of trying to have this blend in. But perhaps if we considered a buff color or a light brown color or something, so it's not the red, but it's also not the white, would that be something you'd be interested in?
That would be better.
I agree.
But I don't know if any
looking at it again,
team has any, or the ARG team has any concern if we went with an all stucco building.
We agree that it's easier to make the case for compatibility with the brick. But because it is a new building, the Park Service is understanding of using new materials as long as they don't stand out. So stucco is also something that we've seen as an appropriate approved material.
And just to throw in for our general citywide design guidelines, we don't allow stucco buildings, stucco top to bottom anywhere in the city. So we'd kind of be deviating just from our general guidance. But of course, this is a historic site and you're the commission, so that's maybe not as germane to this.
Is it worth noting that the south wall of the building that would get the most direct sunlight is the wall that does not face into the courtyard. It faces towards the other building. So it's certainly not going to get as much direct sunlight as maybe the south wall of the original building. The north wall of the north facade of the new building, if you look at it, has 8 very large cutouts in it. It's also not getting any direct sunlight, so it won't like be this flashing reflective beacon, I don't think. But it also has these large cutouts in it that really break up the white. So there's really just the south facade that most people see, and then the west facade does look like it could have some exposure and some visibility to it. So I could see maybe potentially wanting to address that. But again, that's not really, that's just if you're driving down the alley or if you peek down the alley from Cedar Street. So I could see if this building were standing alone in the middle of an empty field with nothing around it, that it could be quite stark. But I think the north facade, they've done a very nice job of kind of breaking up all of that white. And none of it that's going to get the direct sunlight except maybe that west wall. Seems like it doesn't feel like it's going to be super bright to me. So I don't know. Kathy?
I think it's too much white, regardless of where it is in the sunlight or not.
What we do in situations like this generally is, and if you'd like,
straw poll.
What's that?
Straw poll.
Nope. What I haven't done is run down, since Commissioner Yurka is the only one who offered some specific conditions. What we generally do is try to see if there's buy-in. Do we have concurrence from her colleagues about specific items? If we do, then we'll make those conditions. If it's mixed, we'll take a quick vote. And if we don't have concurrence, we'll move on to the next item. Would you like to proceed that way, Chair Crignani?
Can I make one comment?
That sounds like a great idea.
Can I make one comment?
Well, actually, just for procedural reasons, and in general, you can't make a comment because the public hearing is closed. But the chair has the discretion. I should have mentioned this earlier. The chair has the discretion to reopen the hearing. Yes. So.
I should have remembered. Sorry. I would like to reopen the public hearing. John, do you have something to say?
So I know all these rules, and that's what I was like, can I make a comment? So we did choose the white brick because we're using the same brick on 900 Broadway, which is right next door. We wanted to have some sense of binding the projects together because they share the alley. That said, not do or die. It was just, that was our idea. So I just wanted to point that out, that was one of the driving forces for the white brick. Thanks.
Okay, so sounds like you guys are open to potentially changing the tone of it a little bit, or the shade, or whatever the word is. I'm not an artist. Okay, thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing. So Jay, yes, I think that's a great idea. Why don't you run down the list of potential recommended conditions?
Okay, first and apparently foremost is the brick veneer and the white color. I guess the options would be to go with a stucco design or the possible reconsideration of a different tone or color for the brick.
And we have the option of, sorry, just let me ask really quick. We have the option of making these conditions or simply making them recommendations. Is that correct?
Yeah, when you make a recommendation, we call it a consideration. Only do that if it's something you really, really don't want, because often considerations aren't considered, but it's part of our system, so no problem.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jay.
All right. So go ahead, Kathy.
Sorry, there are conditions and considerations. A consideration is something we'd like the developer to think about it more, and staff. A condition is you need to do this.
Exactly.
Okay. Right. Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
And then how does something like that work, Jay, when it comes to the budget? If we came up with some condition that somehow grossly affected the budget. Would they bring it back to us again then to discuss it?
In general, no. In general, budget is not a factor in your decision making, although it could influence you individually in considering things. But as far as I know, and Roger could correct me, we don't bring things back if a condition is infeasible and it can be proven that way to staff. Generally, we would be able to make that decision. If it were something really big, I assume we would bring it back. So we definitely have that option. None of this is looking like that it would go in that direction. So.
Okay. So you're asking us to take just sort of a general.
Right. Well, I don't want to reduce this too far, but I think the three options are approve as proposed with the white brick, remove the brick veneer and replace with stucco, or brick veneer in a different color or tone that we would need your advice on to move forward with the architect. Also, the stucco option, we'd also need to know if there was a color choice associated with that.
So what I had suggested, sorry. Sorry, what I had suggested was stucco in a complementary color. It doesn't have to be the exact same, but to match the restored, deplantified brick. And I actually thought, my 2 cents is, I noticed that there was the white brick veneer on the building across the street. I don't want to say that's one reason that I wanted something different for this, but I know that they're connected by a paseo, but I did want a separation between these buildings, so I did know that, and I thought a different material and color was appropriate.
Okay. So Chris, if you want to pull,
Jay, do you need a more specific? Yeah.
Well,
do you need a more specific direction on color?
Well, we don't even have a direction on material at this point. So if you could pull your colleagues and see if we like the brick or we like the stucco, and then see where that goes.
Okay. Mike, how do you feel about brick versus stucco?
I want brick versus stucco.
Okay, let's start with that. Nick?
The son of a bricklayer and the grandson of a bricklayer, I prefer the brick.
All right. Okay, and I do feel the same way about the brick. It should stay. I like the compatibility of that.
Okay, and then any thoughts on color?
Now we just need to talk about color. Kathy, do you have a suggestion on color that we can all? I'm happy with the white, but if you have a better suggestion, if you could be specific, that would be kind of helpful, probably.
You're on mute.
You might be muted.
Not white. Something, I liked Jay's suggestion, something like a more sand color that would be less stark, less bright than what I see in the renderings of this.
Another option to consider if we're trying to, keep it period, but this building will never look like one of the old buildings. There are bricks that have what used to be called iron spotting, or kind of a speckled look. So there might be darker spots, small on the bricks, that give it a little depth, I would say. But just throwing that out there as a concept.
Okay. I'm a little bit, I guess, this seems weird, Jay. I feel like there was another time and another place in another whole other case where we were discussing potential conditions that the commission wanted to put on something, and we were not allowed to be very specific about materials and, or not necessarily materials, but the actual design. I'm thinking of a fountain specifically, if you remember.
Yes,
and that homeowner wasn't given a whole lot of.
That was partly
that homeowner wasn't given a lot of direction.
That was because at the hearing where the fountain was discussed, the commission was unfortunately, and I was also not drawing attention to it. The commission was not specific about what its goals were. You have full oversight over materials and color, and the more specific it can be, the easier it is for the rest of us to just implement it.
That's what I'm going for. Okay, good. Good. That's what I'm hoping for. So Mr. Morgan, what are your thoughts on the color of the brick? And how do you feel about stating something that's just slightly different than this without an actual specific color chart or something saying exactly this color?
Like something just a little bit different. I'm trying to envision what Jay just said, but it's hard to envision without actually seeing it. But I would like some sort of shade that is different than just white. I think white is, I'm with Commissioner Yurka, it's just a little bit too bright for the building itself.
There's a brick color that's very traditional that people just refer to as buff, but I'll describe it as kind of a beigey, sometimes more of a creamy yellow kind of colored brick. It's actually very warm and nice, but still bright and, would liven up the courtyard. If you give us direction like that to go into the brown tones or the, grays or something like that, that would be helpful.
Yes, I like that.
Kathy? Okay. Kathy, do you have a specific gray, brown, gray theme to head them into? I think you're muted.
Gray sounds too cold. I like the idea of the warmer, the kind of the buff or the browner tones. Brownish,
sandish.
Okay, I think that's, unless Nick has anything, I think that's good direction. We'll find something really nice. Okay, continuing down the list.
Nick, how do you feel about sorry, I didn't ask Nick about his feelings on the color of the brick. That's okay.
Thank you. I prefer the darker color of brick. So the darker brown,
so something not
gray.
White.
Something not white, correct.
Okay. Jay, it sounds like we have a consensus that we'll go for something in the gray, or no, sorry, not the gray, the brownish, lightish brownish tone for a brick veneer.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
The next potential condition is to eliminate the vinyl windows at the new building and move toward a window of different material.
Yes.
Mr. Morgan, how do you feel about the windows?
I feel exactly what Jay said. Not vinyl windows.
I didn't say that. I'm being non-committal here.
Okay.
He's saying that's what was recommended.
Yeah. I mean, I want to be sensitive to the cost more than anything else. So it's hard for me to.
Well, just in general, there's a 3-level hierarchy of windows with cost. We have the vinyl windows would be the lowest cost. There are fiberglass windows that have, ultimately a similar appearance. One of the good things about the fiberglass is they have sometimes, actually vinyl windows now kind of have more of a matte texture. They're not as shiny and plasticky looking as they used to be. But fiberglass we look at as an upgrade from vinyl. And then there's wood, or more likely aluminum clad wood, which would be considerably more expensive. So, but also totally appropriate for the site.
For this, I would like to.
Kathy, do you have a recommendation on the wood that you want? Sorry, Mike. Kathy, do you have a specific type of window?
Let Mike finish, and then I'll.
I want to hear what you have to say on this. You're much more in tune with the vinyl window, with the windows themselves.
My preference would be for a aluminum clad wood.
Okay. Thank you. Is that what you're in support of, Mike?
Yes.
Nick?
I agree with Catherine.
Thank you.
Okay.
One more thing.
I'd like to ask, go ahead. No, but there's a question I'd like to ask Mr. Arnold. So I'm going to open the public hearing. Mr. Arnold, are you still there, John?
I am.
Oh, okay, great. I'm going to put you on the spot here. Mm-hmm. Do you have just a ballpark per window? What do you think the difference in cost might be between a vinyl window and a wood clad window.
Boy,
Just,
I'm gonna say double.
$100,
I'm going to say double.
75 cents,
Double.
double the price ish. Okay.
Yeah, there might be
Thank you.
might be 500 and up to 1,000. Going for vinyl might be 500, and the other one might be 1,000.
Okay. Thank you, John. I'm going to close public hearing. I have a real hard time with doubling the cost of the windows for this project, which is already very costly. $690,000 a unit. I'm just going to bring that up again, you guys. That's just, it seems like a lot of money for a project that we're trying to build as affordable. And I understand that we have considerations that we have to make for our resources, our national resource, our historic resources, particularly if they're eligible for the National Register. I completely understand all of that. This particular building is going to be so difficult to see that I just think we need to be very conscious of the overall cost of this building. So I personally think that the vinyl windows are fine on this project, but it sounds like we have consensus the other way still, or do we not, Mr. Morgan?
We do
Understanding
not.
the cost difference now?
Understanding the cost, I would go with the vinyl windows.
Okay.
Oh, no, we're not supposed
Catherine?
to.
How many windows are there?
See if we can count them up. Oh, I'd have to open the public hearing for that one, John, if you happen to know off the top of your head.
Quickly, but
Well, you have to count them up.
yeah, who can count fastest?
Trying to find the right
I can't even
page.
find it. Yeah. 1, 2,
Okay.
6,
1, 2,
12,
3, 4, 5,
18,
6, 7.
21 on one facade, 25, 28, and is there one windowless facade?
There's
I'm
the
yeah, I
west,
think where the stairs
west
are, we don't
one
have
looks like it
windows.
has 3 windows.
My quick count was 28.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
possibly going from $14,000 to $28,000. I agree that cost is an issue, but I think that this is a trivial amount of money given the total cost of the project. That's just all I would. And are there longevity issues between vinyl and aluminum clad wood? I'm guessing that one lasts longer than another, being higher quality. I'm sure vinyl's gotten a bit better.
Yeah, vinyl's better than it used. Vinyl doesn't have some of the UV issues it used to have, which caused it to get brittle and decay really quickly, still over the course of years. So I imagine, I don't know what the lifespan is, but it's probably longer for the aluminum clad wood, although the wood inside those aluminum clad windows is not high quality wood the way we have on older windows.
Okay. That's a good point, Catherine. It doesn't seem like a huge expense in a project of this size. I don't know. I just thought of expanding the budget more on something like this seems quite hard to swallow. Mr. Morgan, understanding the difference in price, what do you think? You can go either way on it, or are you still pretty good?
I could go
stick with vinyl.
I could go either way. I mean, I sympathize with Ms. Yurka on this, but understanding that the budget is a consideration, I will go with the vinyl window. I may regret my choice 10 years down the line, but at this moment, the budget rules out.
Yeah, Nick, do you have any thoughts now that we've kind of talked about the budget on the windows?
I think the aluminum wood windows, the cost they are higher, will last longer and not need to be replaced with the vinyl windows, and it's worth the higher cost for the longevity of them lasting more and still looking better.
Okay. Well, I'm a little bit on the fence about it. So, Mike, if you and I are both on the fence about it, we can hop over to the other side. How's that sound?
That'd be fine.
Or you can climb in through the window.
Okay, so I can be in support of
Okay.
upgrading to Wood-clad windows.
Okay, so hopefully, okay, we're done with that one, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
The fences are a little too bulky and should be simplified in their design.
So the question I had about that is, where exactly on the project are the fences? Just so I have an idea.
Roger, could you pull that up
Jay,
again?
can you tell me that, or do I need to invite someone else?
Sure. I got mistakenly disconnected, so I'm hoping that I can
You're here.
share the screen. Yeah, you're gonna have to
I mean,
give
is
me
it
a
all the
second.
courtyard, all the openings?
It's the 2 or 3 openings where the front building on Broadway stops, and then there are openings to the courtyard, and then the 2 buildings that flank it go down north-south. So where there are openings, that's where the fences are.
Yeah, I believe there'll be 2 openings facing Belmont, one facing the alley, the Paseo to the north, and then I'm not sure, there's another one down near that corner where the transformers and trash storage would be, but I'm not sure how that's set up.
And if I'm not mistaken, Roger, when I was looking at you pointing them out on the plans, they were pretty narrow openings.
Yeah, they're not particularly wide openings. They're probably, I don't know, 20, 25 feet, 30 feet wide.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
that wide.
Yeah, they've got some. Now, one thought, when Roger showed that drawing, I saw something that I hadn't noticed before, and I'm not sure how accurate their placement was. But in general, when we, for any property, historic or not, we try to have fences and walls be set back from the corner
Yeah.
of buildings so that they're not projecting forward and creating their own kind of dimension there. So if you wanted to add that as a condition, regardless of which way we go for the, and it may be the plan. I just thought I saw something on the drawing that looked like they were kind of proud of the walls.
Yeah, I do think that's a good idea to have them recessed.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense.
Every so often there's some logistical, circulation reason where that might not work. But hopefully it looks, I don't see why that would be the case here, but we'll just have to double check.
I'm pulling it up
So
now.
maybe
Sorry for the delay.
Oh, I see. I'm looking at the
There we go.
landscape. I'm looking at
So
we
they're
looked
right
at the
here.
landscape. Yeah.
So it's one opening is 18 feet and one opening is just over, well, almost 22 feet.
Okay,
Right, so
it's
only
big. It
3.
is bigger than I remembered.
They're
There we
in
go.
this area and this area.
Right.
Is it just those 2 then, or is there a third?
I'm
I
sorry,
think
I was
that's
wrong.
it.
3, yeah.
Okay, so just those 2.
There'll probably be something
Okay, so
stairway at the alley on the south side, but that will be different anyways.
oh yeah, that's the little.
Probably just be an emergency exit gate there.
Mhm.
Okay, so yeah, so we're thinking, Kathy, you probably want to move them back, right, off the front
Mhm.
facade. That seems logical. Yes, and then your concern from a design standpoint is what exactly?
They're very bulky and they draw attention to themselves. Like the idea is if they're at a historic property, you want to see through them. And one thing you notice is that the couple on the outside, like they're looking right into this very large sort of top of the fence, which like it just I just find them too attention grabbing. I just like something very simple so that you look at the building.
What if that top rail were gone and we just had what Roger just had up?
I'll get it back. Sorry.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
problem.
I mean, I don't have a big problem with the little diamond motif. I think that's fine, but just as simpler. I mean, just a simpler, less bulky.
Are there any considerations with height that need to be made, Jay, or is this really just a design?
There's no limit on height. These look like they're about 6 feet high, 5.5 feet high, somewhere in there. And there's no limit.
I mean, I'm imagining that for security purposes, right?
Yeah, a 6-foot fence is harder to scramble over.
Okay. And then in the design that we saw, this design here, are those that part that I was a little bit confused about is that not actually a see-through thing? That's not like iron.
No, those are iron
it's actually
spaced 4 inches apart. That will be completely transparent, except there's a picket there. I think Commissioner Yerka's concern seems to be that there's a lot going on. There's the diamond in the middle, there's the little squares at the corners, there's the heavy bar across the top. Maybe it's a process of stripping down from that to something that you guys would be okay with. Assuming you're not okay with this, so.
Yeah. So it would be helpful for you if we had some really very specific.
No, well, a condition on something like this, just to make life easier, could be something like that you're okay with the diamond motif, but let's simplify the overall design and make it less heavy. That's typical of a DRB condition that we can then work on. You don't want to be so prescriptive that the designer loses the ability to design. So if you give us that kind of guidance, we'll be good.
I'll go with that.
Okay, Kathy, are you okay with that, Kathy?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Nick?
I'm just trying to keep track. The next item we have is relating to the landscaping. And the preference that Commissioner Yerka expressed was to eliminate the circular gathering spot in the center of the courtyard and replace it with a diamond-shaped space. And since the public hearing's closed, since I've sat in on some of the meetings of thinking about this, there's a BODE has people working at this site and brings in classes, teachers, facilitators, lots of programming for the senior population. And they looked at this as a space where there could be gatherings, classes, parties, that sort of thing. And I think they chose that shape to just facilitate that, not that a diamond couldn't be used for the same thing.
I go for
it does feel like a circle is more space.
Yeah.
I mean, like yoga on the grass, right? There's plenty of room for these freaks to do their yoga.
Goat yoga. Yeah.
Yeah.
That seems fun.
So we're okay with the circle?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nick?
Okay. You asked about the grass. The doors. The idea of replacing the existing non-original metal and glass doors with new doors that would likely still be metal and glass doors. We talked about the issue of the sustainability aspect of that, and then also the possibility that a color change on those doors might blend them into the historic facades better, but we'd still be ditching the old ones if they were replaced. So,
storefront doors are also very expensive, aren't they? I mean, I think replacing those, the cost of the windows is a bargain compared to that.
Do you have Kathy, can you remind us of a suggestion that you have for the doors instead of what they?
Oh, well, I just was wondering, they had, Evan had mentioned that there were 2 historic doors, and I was just wondering about using but I don't know what they look like. That's my problem. I don't, because we just didn't get, this isn't your fault, guys, ARG, we just didn't get the photos as part of the packet.
There's only the one historic photo that is in your package, so.
Which, no.
Where in our?
Do you know what page?
It's in the ARG report, but I don't know one of the exhibits. I can try to find it.
Oh, I've got them both here. Anyway, I partly just wanted to know what the plan was, because there wasn't, I do not have a photo in anything I got from ARG, but maybe it's in something. Is it in the staff report?
Let me try to dig it up.
I don't think it's in the staff report.
Oh,
No.
I see. That's not in the ARG report directly. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Well, I can tell you that what the photo shows is, and just based on typology and date, this would have been a wood door, fairly heavy. It could have been glazed from top to almost bottom, or it could have had a panel kind of rising up, you know, partially from the bottom with a smaller pane of glass above it. That would be pretty typical for this. The one difference, it would have had some molding profiles. I do know that aluminum storefront manufacturers, to meet the historic, you know, to meet historic needs, when I worked in New York and we were dealing with historic districts all the time, they had a menu of all of the elaborate profiles you could add to these things that they build together to make an aluminum door look like an older door. And, you know, on Madison Avenue, that's what you want, this durable metal door and places like that. So it could be as simple as kind of having a little more elaboration on the door, or like I mentioned, a darker finish. Often a darker brown finish would look good on something like this.
Okay.
But that would.
Jay, do you
that
feel
would
like you've
mean-
got a pretty, sorry, go ahead, Kathy.
No, I'm sorry. It's the nature of this, but that would mean replacing all the doors.
That's one of the options that they're proposing to replace them. So I would say the commission has the, if we replace, what would you like to see there, or not replace as another option? Which I personally, well, not personally, as your staff person, I would not recommend keeping what's there, so that we can really keep this project looking kind of amazing. So.
Catherine.
The doors could be donated to Habitat for Humanity.
There you go.
Instead of dumpstered.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Kathy, what Jay described, how do you feel about that?
Does anyone have a photo of is there not a photo of the original doors somewhere?
It's going to be a photo of the facade of the building, and the doors are going to be little shadowy things. I don't know if ARG has something they could pull up, and if Chris wants to open the hearing for that.
I'll open the. I'm going to open the public hearing and see if someone can help us find a photograph of whatever we can see that has the doors in it.
All right, so this is
I see
Evan
people diligently working.
from ARG. I can pull up the photo. Just give me 1 second.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, the main value that the photo has given us so far, and that doesn't mean it won't continue to give back, but it helps in looking at the relative tones of the colors of the window trim versus the red brick walls, and that's where the ARG and the design team realized that a lighter colored finish was on the windows, and that's what's going to be brought back.
Nice.
Is it the door that's at 117?
On that last page?
No, I went and took pictures of the building today, and I'm looking at the door that's at 117 Belmont.
Yeah, the windows we're talking about are the ones on the Broadway building facing north.
Oh, okay.
Doors?
Yeah, I thought we were talking about the doors.
I'm sorry, doors, I meant.
Yeah.
The existing doors that are historic are on the Belmont.
Right.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But can you see the photo now?
Yeah.
We can see it. Yeah. it's very wee.
So this is the
Yeah.
only historic
looks
photo we have.
I see a panel at the bottom, a pair of double doors with a panel at the bottom that probably has an expressed molding to delineate the edge of the panel. And then I see rectangular glass above both of those doors and a transom.
And that is
Yeah.
essentially a single door on the Belmont side. On 117 Belmont has a very similar configuration with a partially glazed wood door with a panel at the bottom.
Correct.
That's what I want.
Yeah.
Evan, just to verify, we're keeping the door on Belmont, right?
So we are keeping the historic doors on the Belmont side. The doors, the only doors that I'm aware of, and John, please correct me, that are proposed to be replaced are the ones on the Broadway side, which are the primary doors, the double doors.
So the ones that we just saw in the historic photo
Yes,
would be
because
replaced to match the historic, the existing historic. That I think is great.
Now, if I could just throw out what I believe would be, if that's a direction to replicate that appearance based on the details and look of the wood door on Belmont, we take that look and then we have the choice. My recommendation would be to do a metal door using some of these doodads that they have now that can kind of bring it close to the texture and shadow lines of an older door, but still give us the durability of a metal door. For new doors at the front versus the idea of creating new wood doors at the front. The Secretary of the Interior standards would allow either way. There could be, we could even say that trying to put wood doors in is a little speculative, but since we do have the one existing door, it's a good chance that it would be very similar to that. But again, we don't know.
Catherine.
I'll defer to other commissioners about what they're thinking.
I mean, I think about well, Mr. Morgan, go ahead. You went and looked at those doors today. What did you think?
Well, to tell you the truth, the ones that I was looking at, I'm looking at the picture I took of 117's door. And I don't know. It appears like it's the kind of door that we would like to have put on the both on the Broadway building and the Belmont building. So
that door is staying on Belmont.
Right. So to mimic that on the front of the Broadway building.
In wood or in metal?
Well, I love wood, but you know, the problem with wood is it doesn't hold up usually as well as metal. So whatever holds up the best. Go ahead,
Isn't it all,
Catherine.
Oh, I was just going to say, isn't it? I mean, I'm trying to imagine these hard charging seniors.
It's their kids who are going to do the
Well, I mean,
That's true. It will be their kids.
They do sometimes. Hey, sometimes seniors have equipment there that are helping them get through the door.
Yes,
that could
no, that's true.
Really bang up a nice wood door.
I think it's also a question of maintenance. I mean, I understand what Jay's saying. I think it could go either way. I think I would prefer to see the wood, but if you guys preferred the reconstruction to be in metal, I would be okay with that.
I do feel like the metal would be a little more durable.
I do too.
Long term, especially since that's kind of the main door of the building. Mr. Doom, do you have any thoughts on the doors?
Oh, I'm not on the fence on the doors, nor was on the fence but the fence. I'm good with the doors. Thank you.
Good with the metal doors, I think, right?
Thank you, Nick.
Okay.
The metal
Okay,
doors.
cool. Okay, so we'll have a condition
Metal
that
doors. Okay, great.
the front doors on Broadway will be constructed of metal, glazed metal doors to reflect the design and as much as possible the detailing of the door and the proportions of the door on Belmont. So
Yes,
and that we
Great.
see in the historic photo, what we can
Right.
glean from that. So, okay, I think,
Yes.
please, I hope this is true. Kathy, let me know if I missed anything, but I think that was your last thought when you went through your conditions.
I think so. I did just want to check on one thing. The staircase that is there at the, sorry, I'm so disoriented. At the alley now that actually projects in front of the building. Is that staying?
Yes.
And is there a reason for that?
I think it's a required exit. If we want to reopen the hearing, I'm sure John could answer that, but the proposal is to keep that there. There's no space for it to do a scissor and kind of turn back. Then it drops
Okay.
to the alley that we're turning into the Paseo.
To be honest, Jay, I don't think I actually closed the public hearing, so feel free to speak.
Clever.
Free for all, free for all.
So that stair is very practical. It's already existing. It was an exit stair for the school. We do need it so we can keep that corridor open because that was a dead-end corridor, which are no. We are proposing to extend it to the roof because the fire department, we're expecting when we get to the fire department or when the applicant, when Abode Housing when their architect gets to the fire department, they might require fire department access. So we're proposing to match that going up the side. So to get up to the roof, which we might be required to do. So yes, that's staying and for very good reasons. So we don't have to put an interior stair in with a doghouse on it. And that seemed like the least intrusive alley style metal stair.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you, John. Okay, I'll close the public hearing now. Geez, the public, so chatty. Okay, so I think we have consensus, Jay, right, on the main items?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Why don't you read it back, and then one of us can say so moved.
All right. The conditions we are applying to this project are to change the color of the brick cladding at the new building to a buff/beigey, lightish brown colored brick veneer. We are changing the proposed vinyl windows at the new construction and making those aluminum clad wood windows. I assume that will be with a color for the framing that will be compatible with the new color of the brick that's chosen. So you'll give us discretion to, I'm not sure that we would want bright white there if we're changing the brick color. So that might change.
Right. Yes.
In terms of the fences, there's a condition first to simplify the heaviness of the current proposal while still allowing some reflection of design motifs that are found on the building, and namely the diamond kind of motif. There's a condition to recess the fences behind the planes of the adjoining facades that are on either side of each fence. And then there is a condition to reconstruct new doors for the Broadway entrance that are made out of metal, aluminum, but that will be reflective of the design of the existing historic Belmont door, as well as what we can see in the historic photograph. That's it.
Catherine.
So moved, if I may.
Thank you. Yes, you may. And Michael Morgan seconded it. That's great.
Okay.
Roll call, please, Jay.
All right, we have Commissioner Doom.
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan.
yes.
Commissioner Yurka.
Yes.
Commissioner Crignati.
Yes.
All right, 4-0, so moved.
All right.
Approved with conditions. I predict this will be an
Thank you,
award-winning
ARG.
project for the city of Glendale and for the entire design team. So I hope we can move in that direction when everything's done, but something to look forward
Yes.
to.
Congratulations to everybody for a job well done. Wonderful presentation. Jay, you would like us to move on to the next Broadway project?
Yeah, if we could link the Broadway projects, and then we can release the extensive number of team members, and we are sorry for the Mountain Project team, but we'll be with you soon, hopefully.
Yes, we appreciate their patience. Okay, we're going to go to number 8, Community Development Department updates, 900 East Broadway. This is an advisory design review of the 5-story, 127-unit affordable housing project for seniors located across the alley to the west of the Harrower Lab, Glenda Register number 18. Take it away.
Okay, I think, Mike, want to say anything, or is Roger going to go?
You know, I could just say not much really more to add to this other than when we initially went with this product on 900, it was actually an 80-unit family project. But with direction from council, it increased to 88 units. And then by the direction of council, it increased to a 127-unit senior project. So that was all done at the direction of council. But it's, you know, we really like the project. We've got another $6 million in land, of course, invested in that. In addition to that, we've got $9 million in cash that we've got committed to that. This project, like 920, was approved by the city council, both for the E&A and the reserve loan and density bonus, just recently in May 4th. So that's all I really wanted to add. And I'll turn it over to Roger.
All right, I'm going to try sharing my screen.
Keep going.
All right, can everybody see?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, good evening again, Mr. Chair, members of the Historic Preservation Commission. The next item this evening is case number PDR 2107450. It is located at 900 East Broadway and referred to as the Citrus Grove Project. The project involves the demolition of the on-site building and surface parking lot, and the construction of a new 5-story building. In total, there are 127 residential units, all of which, again, will be affordable aside from the one manager's unit. This project site has 92 space subterranean parking garage, and 22 of those spaces will be devoted to the residents of the project that you just heard at 920 East Broadway. The remainder will be for residents of the current project. The site is 34,500 square feet in area and is zoned both C3, which is commercial service, as well as R2250, which is a one of the city's multifamily zones. Quick look at the location map. The site is highlighted in green, south side of Broadway between Cedar and Belmont Streets. And just a brief discussion of the density bonus component. The site would normally be able to accommodate 30 units pursuant to the zoning requirements. A 324% density bonus was recently approved to achieve the 127 units on the site. Again, the project is 100% affordable and located close to major transit stops. So that means the project is eligible for additional height. There are no parking requirements. They can ask for up to 4 concessions and an unlimited amount of waivers. This project, the concessions were a reduction in the studio unit size, similar to the other project. from 600 square feet down to 460 square feet. The elimination of the CUP requirement for the ground floor residential units, reduction in various setback requirements, and a reduction in the common open space from 16,450 square feet to roughly half that at 8,433 square feet. There were 3 waivers granted by the City Council. The first waiver was to increase the lot coverage allowance from a maximum of 50% to 58%. There was also an increase in allowable floor area ratio, and then finally a reduction in the amount of additional open space. Here is the site plan of the project. Where the slide says site plan, that is Broadway. Cedar Street is to your left where my cursor is. The project that we just discussed, a little shadow of it is right here. And then the current alley that's proposed to be converted to a pedestrian paseo is here. Whoops, apologize. So one of the things that the project got concessions waivers for was for a number of setback variations. The project doesn't comply with minimum and average setbacks on the front facade, as well as minimum and average side setbacks on the building. Given that the majority of the development along Broadway is commercial, and by what I mean by majority is if you look east and west on Broadway, the vast majority of the existing development is commercial, and commercial development requires no setback. Given that fact, and the fact that council granted a concession for setbacks so that the project could be developed for affordable housing, the location of the proposed building on the site is appropriate, staff believes. With regard to common open space, a couple things. Sorry, my light in my office turned off. I need to pause for a second. I can't see otherwise. As I mentioned before, there is an existing alley located immediately east of the project site right here. This alley is proposed to be converted to a pedestrian paseo to be used by residents of both the both affordable housing projects, the one you just discussed, as well as this one as well. It will also be available and open to the surrounding community. So that's being improved as part of common open space. Other common open space in the project is mostly in the form of this common open courtyard here, as well as, and this is the top level of the development, so this is the 5th floor. They have 3 roof decks proposed here, here, and here. And each of those roof decks has a different specific purpose. But that this slide identifies where the common open space is. Staff is supportive of the site planning of the project because of the what's the word, of the setting in terms of the setbacks. The vast majority of the buildings on Broadway are set up close to the street. We're supportive of the site planning because the courtyard is centrally located, as you can see on this slide, to the residents. It's easy to access. They are proposing a variety of seating areas, and let me check. Here we go. These are the landscape plans for the courtyard. So there's seating around here as well as here. And also the design of the central courtyard was such that it maintains the privacy of the adjacent residential units. We're also supportive of the site planning as the fence to secure the courtyard, which will be right here, is consistent with the overall design of the project. Trash is located in the southeastern portion of the site, and the mechanical equipment is screened by the parapets. Similar, both are similar to what we found in the other project. This is the front Broadway elevation of the site. The proposed project is 5 stories and 60 feet in height, which is higher than adjacent or nearby development. It is consistent, though, with building heights permitted in many areas of the downtown specific plan, which is located roughly a half-mile east of the site. Along with the height increases, the project, as I mentioned, received waivers for lot coverage and floor area ratio. And all of these sort of combined increase the mass and scale of the project. However, the design of the project, specifically with its clearly defined base, middle, and top, really does mitigate the overall massing, the scale of the site. That design, as well as the recessed balcony volumes and the variety of material found on the facades, really is successful in breaking up the mass into smaller components. So again, this is the front elevation, and since I mentioned the different facade material, I'll just point them out here. The base of the building here, oops, I'm sorry. The base of the building, as well as the facades going up here and here, are faced with the white brick. The middle portion of the building here is a stucco, aside from these two facades. And then the top floor is faced with a metal facing material. So again, this is the Broadway elevation. The Cedar elevation, this is the other street. So this is the west elevation. The south elevation, this elevation is the elevation you'll see from the new access easement. Immediately, well, it's the extreme southern portion of the site. This area here provides access to the subterranean parking. And then this is the east elevation. This is the elevation you would see when you're walking down the Paseo. A perspective rendering from the intersection of Cedar and Broadway. So this is the front elevation. And then this is the Cedar elevation here. This is sort of south of the site on Cedar. So this is the Cedar elevation. This is the the access easement elevation. And then this is a view into the vacated alley, and this shows the proposed project with the project that you just approved. This right here is the alley that is proposed to be converted to a pedestrian paseo and improved. Design and detailing. The simple, the prominent building pattern along Broadway really are simply detailed 1- and 2-story commercial buildings. The proposed project is stylistically modern, and maybe I'll go back to that slide. Is stylistically modern. It does include a metal-clad mansard roof, which I mentioned before, and is right here. The proposed project is unique for the area, but I think compared to the rest of the development, it's unique in a good way. Windows within the proposed project will be vinyl and recessed within the building facades. And again, there are window installation method cuts right here. Again, staff is supportive of the design and detailing. The project has a crisp, modern design. Windows are recessed into the openings, and there's a variety of cladding material that adds interest to the building. And we do have a condition on this project, or a recommended condition for you to recommend to the DOB, would be more details on when the materials butt up against each other. We would like some more detail on how they terminate appropriately. So this final slide shows, this is the stucco plaster, a detail of the metal cladding, metal railings, and the brick proposed. I want to step back real briefly. A historic resources assessment report was prepared for the 900 East Broadway property, the project we're talking about now. ARG prepared the report. Their report concluded that the site was not eligible for listing under any federal, state, or local registration criteria. So the existing buildings, the existing development is not eligible for listing. Also, in the historic resources technical report performed by ARG for this site, they concluded that the project will not impair the significance of the historic resource located at 920 East Broadway. So the construction of this project will not impair the historically significant Harrowers project. That concludes my presentation on this. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Jay, should we do questions for him now, or is there more to present, and maybe we could do them all at once?
It's your call. I think KFA wanted to say something.
No, that covers it.
That would be great.
Oh, good. Okay.
Well, okay, great. Okay, commissioners, do we have any immediate questions?
I have a question.
Catherine?
Oh.
Go ahead, Mr. Doom.
You were glossing over the waivers on parking. Could you tell me how many parking spaces are going to be made available, or what the waiver was to take away?
Actually, there is no waiver on parking because the site is 100% affordable, and because it is located within a half a mile of a major transit stop, no parking is required. So no parking for this project or the previous project is technically required. This project is providing, though, 92 parking spaces within a subterranean garage, 22 of which will be devoted to the residents of the 920 project. The remainder will be dedicated to the residents of this project.
Chris, you were great on doing the math earlier. How many parking spaces are then available for each unit?
Less than one.
Yeah, certainly less than one. Yeah.
Right.
That's the nature of designing affordable housing in high transit areas these days.
I know
And of
we
course-
all love the fact that it's a high transit area and located to a hub, but this is not the East Coast and people still own cars.
Well, we
And
understand.
that's maybe true. That's not really, unfortunately, something we get to have any purview over. So
Yeah,
I don't think,
think-
Jay, right? We're here for design.
Yeah, we have no purview
We-
over parking.
The state says no parking is required.
State
Just-
says
just-
we're on
just-
the list
We can
of
all think the
best-
state.
Just to prepare Commissioner Doom for the future, we have a project online right now, not online, but in design review. I think it's 12 units with 0 parking, which also is allowed. So this is the direction that
Oh,
things are
did I say
moving.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Doom?
No, thank you.
Catherine?
My only question was for Roger. The rendering showed palm trees being planted on Broadway. I'm assuming those are just ghost trees and that there are actually no palm trees as part of the project. Oh, you're muted, Raj.
Oh, Roger. you're
Sorry
not-
about that.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Let me look.
Oh, no, there are palms. I see them. I would just really recommend against using palm. Oh, that's not a question. I can wait.
it-
I
Okay.
can wait. Sorry.
the trees within the parkway will be whatever street tree Public Works suggests along Broadway.
Okay, thanks. I see them. They're on L200. I found them.
Okay.
Yeah. L100 and L200. Yeah. So it looks like in the setback, as minor as it might be, but in the setback along Broadway, there does appear to be a couple of palm trees.
And that's where
On the
I
drawing.
think they are.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like they're on either
Okay.
side, at the edge of the buildings.
Yes. Is that your only question, Catherine?
Mhm.
Okay. And Mr. Morgan, do you have any questions for Roger?
No, that was,
You're good? Thank you, Roger, for the detailed presentation. We will open it. There's no more presentations, Jay?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. The next step would be to open it for public comment. Do we have any calls?
Once again, we are idle. No calls.
how sad.
All right. Closing the public hearing for now. Ms. Yurka, you have some comments?
I do. So in terms of the trees, I would say no palm trees. They are, you cannot break down palm fronds. They are like so unsustainable. We've really tried to discourage people from planting them in our neighborhood just because they have to be basically thrown in landfill. And I'm sure that Public Works would be able to come up with an alternative. So I just wanted to put that out there. I actually did have one question. Just given the limited outdoor space, and maybe because it's affordable housing for seniors, there's a different consideration. Although it seems, if memory serves, that the units are larger, and so maybe there'll be seniors with family members. But I was just wondering, given the limits on the outdoor space, I like the look of the mound, the central mound with the mini bosque, but I was just wondering, is there sort of a more practical way to design the space so that it's really utilized? Because I think of the mound as maybe being not so much more put to use, but maybe the idea is that the common space at 920 would also be available to residents of this project, although I don't think that's the case. Was that an intelligible question? it was about the use of the mound and just
yeah. I think I understood it. You're concerned because this project has less common open space than would otherwise would be required, and a decent part of that common courtyard is taken up by a decorative mound with seating around it. Is there a more practical way to use that?
Yes.
Did I summarize you accurately? Okay, thanks.
And then the other thing that I would suggest, I'm very glad that there's this wide alley, and that there's no element of I think the alley is not going to be reduced in size, right? It's just going to be converted into this other use. I would again just say to keep it open a little more and maybe simple. One of the renderings showed like what looked like lamp posts receding into infinity, and I again would just resist because it's adjacent to the historic building. It just to keep it simple and open, I think would be, but still useful. I mean, maybe some benches or however, you're thinking about it, but just not so much stuff there. That would just be my suggestion.
Okay, got that.
Jay, do we need to vote on these suggestions, or are you just jotting them down because we're only an advisory?
Yeah, and
position
we're a little less structured this way. If anyone objected to anything that Kathy said, let me know. But otherwise, we'll put all of these thoughts into the discussion. Because the schedule is really tight, the staff report for going to DRB is already out, but we're going to bring this to them at the meeting. So a section of the discussion of the meeting will be about our meeting today. So.
Great. Mr. Doom, do you have any comments on the project?
Just wish there was parking instead of on the streets. That's all.
Yeah, you can thank the people in Sacramento for rules like that.
Yeah.
That one we won't be.
Okay. Well, I don't have any comments. I think it's no. Okay. I think it's a great project. We need lots more affordable housing, and if the only way to get there is to not give people parking places, then I guess that's what we have to do. So, any other comments before we wrap up this update from anyone? Seeing none. All right. I think we can consider 8A completed. Jay, are you okay with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Thank you, Roger, for 2 great presentations today. And thank you, everyone from, well, they're already gone, the ARG people probably. Right?
Boom.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Out of here. Thank you, all of them. Okay. Right. Moving backward in time to old business. Thank you very much for patiently waiting. All the folks here for item 6A, 1039 West Mountain Street, review of proposed additions and alterations, case number PDR 2015890. It's to construct a new 123 square foot floor area addition to the first floor a total of 992 square foot addition to the second floor, removal of 179 square foot floor area from the first floor at the west and rear, and removal of 218 square foot floor area from the second floor rear of an existing 4,278 square foot two-story single-family residence built in 1925 with an existing attached two-car garage and proposed conversion of an existing porte cochere to a new one-car garage on a 32,452 square foot lot located in the R1R 1 HD zone, restricted residential floor area ratio District 1 within the boundaries of the North Cumberland Heights Historic District overlay zone. The proposal also includes a new circular driveway, restuccoing, door and window replacements, and rear yard improvements. The project is exempt from SEQA review as a Class 1 existing facilities exemption and a Class 31 historic resource restoration rehabilitation exemption pursuant to sections 15301 and 15331 of the state SEQA guidelines, because the proposed work consists of additions to an existing structure and is consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. Take it away, Jay.
Yeah, before
actually, no, we're going to get a presentation.
Well, I wanted to, I'll just jump in real quickly to refresh your memories about the discussion we had for this project a few months ago, where we began the discussion thinking about, is this house a contributor as it has been found in the historic resource surveys for the North Cumberland Heights Historic District, or has it been altered enough over time that it might have been a non-contributor? And so the commission spent most of its discussion at the last hearing looking into whether this was a contributor or not, and voted 3-2 to continue its status as a contributor rather than, knocking it down to the non-contributor level. And the project since then has been completely redesigned in a way that, and we'll see what the commission feels, but staff believes is something that can be seen as appropriate for a historic district contributor and can be seen as meeting the historic district guidelines. But I just wanted to, just in effort to just lay everything out as best we can. If you remember, the Historical Society at the hearing kind of came in and said if you remember, there's the concept of historic integrity, the 7 aspects of integrity that we look at for our historic properties. And there's an expectation now in Glendale, we changed our code a few years ago, that properties should retain or must retain their historic integrity. There are 7 conditions: location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association, each of which is assessed separately. And when the Historical Society testified at the hearing, they said that there are 3 aspects of aspects of integrity required for a historic district contributor. And they said that those were location, design, and feeling, I believe. And it turns out that they were basing that, and that came as a surprise. We didn't expect that. We hadn't read the testimony earlier. But at the hearing, they said this came from the South Glendale historic context, which I agree is an appropriate document. It's the best document we have to talk about on a kind of a consistent level. How do we assess integrity for historic district contributors? It turns out they were using the wrong theme from the South Glendale historic context. They used the theme of early development in town settlement, which kind of ends in 1918 and goes back to 1872. What they should have used was the pre-World War II automobile suburbs theme, which is 1944. That includes 2 additional integrity considerations. So it would be location, design, setting, feeling, and association. Both of these considerations do talk about whether visible additions from the street affect whether a property is a contributor. And as we wrote in the staff report, this may not even be a relevant point. You guys do not need to make that decision tonight. If you think that the current proposal meets the historic district guidelines or can be modified through conditions to meet the guidelines, then we just have the property still a contributor, we move forward, and we don't have to think about it. the previous proposal, which if you remember, infilled the whole front, the second floor, and dramatically changed the appearance and feel of the building, would definitely not have worked for a contributor. But what Eileen will be showing you and the design team will be presenting is a complete redesign so that the additions are pushed significantly back from the historic volumes of the building, and in staff's opinion, meet the historic district requirements. So I just wanted to preface everything just so that's all out on the table. You still have the opportunity to think about whether or not it's a contributor, but it's not necessary unless you start having questions about the design that you're seeing tonight. So with that, Eileen can present the case. Unless you have, I'm sorry, if you have any questions on this issue, we can maybe hit it now.
Anyone?
Okay.
Going
Am I allowed
twice.
to speak during this period, or no?
No, John, this is not your time. We'll let you know when it's your time.
Okay,
Not yet.
I'm gonna mute then.
Sounds good.
That'd be great.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm going to share my screen, which I have a couple of slides to present. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. The case before you is a design review application with a case number DR 2015890 for a proposed development located at 1039 West Mountain Street. The case was continued at the HPC meeting of February 18, 2021. And as Mr. Platt mentioned, after the commission direction to maintain the contributing status of the house within the adopted North Cumberland Heights Historic District, the design was revised, and the current project represents a revised design in compliance with the Historic District Design Guidelines and with the Secretary of the Interior Standard for Rehabilitation. The proposal is to add floor area addition totaling 992 square feet at the second floor at the sides of the house, and 123 square feet addition at the first floor, again to the side of the house facing the street. Also removal of 179 square feet of floor area from the first floor, and removal of 218 square feet of floor area from the second floor, both from the rear side of the house. The proposal also includes conversion of the existing porte-cochere to a one-car garage, construction of new circular driveway, restuccoing the house, door and window replacement, and also rear yard improvements, including new covered patio, new pool, and new trellis. The existing house is at 4,278 square foot, two-story, single-family residence built in 1925 with an attached two-car garage on a 32,452 square foot lot located in the R1R zone, floor area ratio District 1 within the North Cumberland Heights Historic District Overlay Zone. As a reminder, and according to the permit history, site observation, and also a historic resource evaluation report prepared by the applicant's consultant, the house was altered in the past years, and the alteration included a single-story addition at the west side, the second-story roof deck addition at the primary facade, and also related parapet and facade alterations, some vinyl window replacement, the removal of the original detached garage, and construction of the carport and cabana at the east side of the house, and also the rough texture stucco. To analyze the proposed design in terms of the site planning, staff believes the proposed site planning is appropriate to the site and its surroundings because it doesn't significantly change the existing footprint of the house. And also the proposed circular driveway is appropriate to the site and district, and it is similar to the driveways on wide lots at other properties in the district, including the neighboring houses at each side of the subject property. However, staff recommends conditions of approval for the proposed driveway, the circular driveway, to revise the driveway paving in order to provide a more appropriate appearance with permeable type paving. Also to reduce the width of the upper portion of the circular driveway to make it closer to the width at its west opening, and also to reduce the height and revise the design of the walls at each side of the circular driveway and alongside the stairs leading up from the stair to the house in order to provide smooth top walls, or basically the walls that follow a joining slope rather than the proposed flat steps. In terms of the mass and the scale, the proposed mass and the scale are appropriate to the site and its surrounding because the second story additions are pushed back from the main second story volume. They are located at the sides and towards the rear of the main house in keeping with the historic district design guidelines. The new hipped roofs at the second floor additions integrate into the existing roof in keeping with traditional Spanish colonial revival roof forms and are appropriate to the existing design. Also, the second floor additions will not change the overall height of the house, which is 26 feet and almost 11 inches. The proposal also includes a new side gable roof over the garage, and this new gable roof allows for better integration of this previous addition with the roof forms and overall design of the house. The proportions of the new garage facade and openings follow the existing porte-cochere opening design. In overall, the new design is an improvement over the existing condition and over the basically occurred change of the current scale and proportion that we see in the house. Here I have the elevation drawings for the rear side, which is the north facade. And you can compare the proposed elevation with the existing and see the area of the changes. Here we have the side elevation to the east, existing and proposed elevation drawing. And I have on this slide side elevation to the west. And moving to the design and details, staff believes the proposed design and details are appropriate to the site and its surrounding, because with the staff recommended conditions of approval, the proposed design, materials, colors, and finishes of the additions are appropriate to the style of the existing house and appropriate to the site and surroundings. Part of the proposed details are new aluminum clad wood windows for the area of the addition and also for the window replacement, which again feature a combination of casement, fixed windows appropriate to the style. Next slide, I have pictures here. Staff recommends approval of this design with conditions to specify that the new stucco cladding will have a smooth finish in keeping with the traditional stucco of Spanish colonial revival homes. Also retain the existing ironwork at the front porch, and also all new ironwork visible from the street shall match the existing railing design. Also to revise the drawing to specify painted rather than the stained finish for the garage doors, to revise the drawing for keeping the existing front door, which appears to be original to the house. Also to clarify the drawing to indicate all material proposed at the new front stairway. The design should be simple and appropriate to the style. Also to avoid in-riser lights. There's a condition about obtaining urban forestry approval and to comply with protection measures for all protected and street tree prior to building permit issuance. And staff is recommending conditions for the circular driveway, which I mentioned earlier. For the record, one public comment was received for the current case, and the comment was sent via email for commissioners' consideration. That concludes my presentation. Staff is available for your questions.
Thank you very much for a thorough presentation.
No problem.
Anybody have any questions for our planner? Catherine, you might be muted.
Thanks, yeah. So when this project came forward a couple of months ago, it was proposed that because it had been altered and altered in ways that had not been recognized in the original consultant's DPR form, that the property was potentially too altered to qualify as a contributor. And a majority of the HPC, not everyone, but a majority determined that it wasn't. And it also determined that there was not sufficient evidence that the parapet had been altered or that it had been restuccoed, that it was originally stuccoed with a sand finish and had been replaced in parts. And but I'm just wondering, because what's being proposed today is a fairly significant number of alterations again, and what makes you think that these wouldn't push it toward a non-contributor? Like, why were the other alterations, in staff's opinion, why did those make it a non-contributor, but now adding more, it would still be fine?
And you have hit the logical conundrum of this situation. Looking at more closely at the proposed work rather than the alterations that have been made previously, because the two additions are pushed toward the back, and that's a specific directive in the Historic District Design Guidelines, that to us made them something that we think could be found appropriate. Of course, ultimately that's your decision. When we tell people who are interested in historic districts that we're not freezing your property in time, we acknowledge that yes, you can make additions, and depending on the extent of those, you may have to come to the commission like we are tonight to adjudicate that. But I understand where you're coming from. It's like, well, why would the previous additions have been more of concern than the ones we're looking at tonight? And I think the main answer to that is those are upfront, those are bookending the house. The additions we're looking at tonight, I do think meet the guidelines. And that's why we open this with the presentation, that I think there's still some flexibility in terms of, is this house a contributor or not? But the commission's decision a few months ago obviously was that it was. I did want to alert everyone that was based on that the testimony of TGHS may have influenced that decision. I don't think it's a huge difference one way or the other personally, but I just wanted everyone to just have that background to make their assessments. Did that capture or answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Good. Any other questions for our Jay or our planner before I open the public hearing? Okay, seeing none. Jay, do we have any callers? I'm opening the public hearing.
This is a silent night. No.
All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. Commissioners, actually, no, wait, you know what? Our homeowner, I think, wanted to say.
Yeah, yes, of course.
Right?
Yes. And there's a
Sorry, I'm going to open the public hearing. I believe
the homeowners consultant, Carrie Chasteen from Safos, is also available if you have questions for her or her report.
So I just wanted to.
Well, there's also the designer here, but yeah, John, you can go first. So
Am I good to go?
yes, you're the
All right.
boss.
yes,
So
thank you, John.
So I just wanted to say, during this 3-year process, we've done everything we can to, please everyone and maintain the integrity of the neighborhood and everything. But I would like at some point for this property to be reconsidered. Not that I have any plans of demolishing. I love the house, don't get me wrong. But if it's not a contributor, it shouldn't be laden with that moniker, or whatever the right verbiage is. And given that there is new information and that maybe some of the information presented was incorrect in the process of you making that decision, it might make sense to have another vote. If you want to do it at a later time, that's okay with me, because again, we love the house. We want to maintain its integrity. We just want to make it a little more livable for our needs. This is 2021, we're midway through the year almost, and our needs compared to what the needs were 50 years ago or 100 years ago are obviously different. With that being said, that is something that if you want to take it up at a later time, that's okay by me. But hopefully the changes that we have made for this newest version of the house are more in line with what you guys think is needed for the house to go forward. I will say that 3 years seems like a long time. We've had a kid. My wife was pregnant when we got the house. My child is now turning 3 years old. We have a 5-year-old that's turning 6, thanks. And we're planning on having another one. And, I'm going to make a little joke here, but I would like them to enjoy this house before they're off to college. So if we can get the process going as quickly as possible, I get you're doing your job, but, I'm doing the best I can here, following every guideline, paying for every part of the process. And, Alan is getting rich off the changes that we're making to the plans. He's actually planning on buying half of Glendale just off of the money he's made off me. So, I would love to hear your thoughts on this, and hopefully we get a positive outcome for me. That's what I'm looking for here. So there is one thing I'd like to talk about. I have a neighbor next door to the west side that had some concerns, and I'm addressing those concerns with the neighbor. I'm not sure if it's something that we need to get into here, but he liked some of the foliage and stuff, and I like it too because it provides privacy. He had some concerns with some of the windows. I don't want windows looking at his property, nor do I want him to be able to see mine. So we're making accommodations for that. So we really did think this through, thinking also of our neighbors, what they enjoy seeing, because, my family may not live here forever. Somebody else may buy this house at some point, and so on and so forth for the neighbors. We would like them to all enjoy a similar vibe of why we like Glendale so much. All right, so thank you for everything you do. It's kind of a thankless job, I know, and it might seem like it might seem at times that the world is against you, but I get the process. I'm sure you can understand my frustration. I just want to get it moving, and especially since prices of building have skyrocketed in the 3 years. That's not doing me any favors, especially since, my band is not able to work right now. So it's hurt me financially the last couple of years. But anyway, that's all I really have to say. Thanks for your time. And I don't know what's next, but you feel free to go forward.
That's it. Thank you, John. Thank you for the comments.
I'm going to mute.
Catherine, do you have a question for the homeowner?
It's a question for Jay.
There you are.
Oh, sorry. I had a question for Jay regarding regarding the neighbor's letter. Were there some of the issues raised about privacy? They seemed to be outside the normal city standards for what constitutes an intrusion on privacy. I just wanted to know whether staff had any, or maybe that's for you too, Eileen. Sorry.
Yeah, Eileen can address that.
Yes, there is the concern about the privacy of the windows of the addition, looking at the west, basically neighbor. Based on our zoning code and chapter 3047 of the design review, privacy is not considered from looking from the windows from a bathroom or a bedroom. So we have a bedroom and attached bathroom, basically the master suite for the west wing addition. And there are two small windows and a larger window for the bedroom that are adjacent to the neighbor. So that is not considered privacy issue based on our zoning code.
And then just to add to that, the architect's design for two of the windows in the master bedroom upstairs have very high sills. And that's one way designers sometimes allow light and air to come in without allowing someone to stand next to a window and look down at a neighbor. So in some ways, the design has addressed that also.
Thank you, Jay. Okay, is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak? I see there's a couple of people on the applicant's side also that are present.
Yeah, I'm present. I'm the project architect.
Hi.
Thank you, commissioners. Appreciate you staying late and listening to all the discussion that we have, and thank you, Eileen, for presenting.
I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt you 1 second, Alan. Just 1 second. Ms. Chasteen, can you mute your microphone for the moment while he's talking? We're getting some. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Alan.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to be quick. I'm just going to give you show you the two different models that we had created to represent or present to you the difference between what we had originally came in front of you beginning of the year and what we have changed. So I'm going to start sharing my screen if I may. Oh God. I think, can you see this?
Yes.
Yes.
So this was the original design that we had, and I still think that the contributory consideration that you had actually voted on does not apply for this project. But after the meeting, when we went back, what we did was we went back to the drawing board, and this was the original design. Now, what we did after that is we came up with what you have in front of you. What we did was we cleaned up the front and we brought the front back to its original concept, original design, as well as the front mansard roof and so forth. So the addition is set back, as Jay mentioned, it's further back, so it does not impact or diminish the volume that it's already existing, and the back area it's in here. What I also have is I would like to share another screen. Sorry, let me just do this. Okay, all right, so what I have here, I don't know if you can see this. What I have here is the existing house and what we're proposing. The proposed so the proposed, as you can see, it carries the same formation. What we've done is we've added the steps and the circular driveway in front, but the massing and everything else remains the same. This is the better rendering of what it will look like as far as keeping everything intact. This is what we have proposed right now. Around the corner, we have removed some of the ground level square footage to be able to add the square footage on top. So we have a better setback in the back area. So the rear has been pulled back, and we've created the second story in the back area. As well as we've taken out some square footage from the upper level, created a balcony to kind of overlook the backyard, which is, again, it's in the back of the building. In general, we are excited about the design that we have, and I'm going to try to stop sharing this. We're really excited about the project that we have. I think John is excited, wife is excited, and I think everything happens for a reason, as they say. So what we've done is we feel that it's meeting all the guidelines, all the conditions, and we've come up with a plan that I hope that it's to your liking. I'm here if you have any questions, if you have any thoughts. One quick comment regarding the neighbor. Most of the fence that you saw in the photos, I'm sure you've seen the email, most of the fence and the retaining walls are within our property. So everything that is she was talking about, it's within our property. So once we are done with this, we will meet with the neighbor and come up with a solution for the retaining and the fence and all that. So we will take care of that later on.
I would like to add one thing. I have a great relationship with the neighbor. They're very nice. And I'm not going to do anything that doesn't work with them. I'm consulting them on everything as far as our property line is concerned. Likewise with the other neighbor, although there isn't really much going on that side. And I plan to send them to like a little mini vacation somewhere in the area if there's too much noise during the process.
That's nice, John.
Like just little things. I just want you to
Thank
understand.
you, John.
They're conscientious, all right? So just know that.
We get it. Thank you, John. Ms. Chasteen, did you want to make any comments?
Yes, I just wanted to reiterate that the homeowner and the architect have worked extensively with city staff to ensure that the proposed redesign meets the standards and guidelines for the district, but also the Secretary of the Interior standards for the treatment of historic property. So we hope you think this is a good project and you approve it, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the applicant side? That I think we just have the three of you guys, right? That's it. Okay. With that, I'll close. Unless any of the commissioners have questions for any of these folks. Any commissioners? Catherine, Mike, Nick, any questions?
Catherine.
Yeah, I had a question, and it may be for Carrie Chasteen, or it may be for Eileen. I was curious about the standards analysis because for conformity with the Secretary of the Interior standards, Standard 2 says the historic character of a property shall be retained and preserved. The removal of historic materials or alteration of features and spaces that characterize a property shall be avoided. And the analysis says the historic appearance and character of the property will be retained, and no character defining features will be significantly affected. There's a similar comment for Standard 5. As conditioned, all distinctive features and finishes will be retained. And it seems to me that there are some character defining features that will be significantly altered. The porte cochere is a character defining feature that is proposed to be converted into a garage. The windows, mostly fixed divided light windows are proposed to be replaced, even though there's no evidence of deterioration. The small rectangular porch with the wrought iron railings, that would be retained, but it would be altered with the addition of steps leading up for it. I just would like, I would like to hear how removing original windows, how filling in a character defining porte cochere complies with those standards.
You want me to?
Eileen, do you want to? Or
I can.
Jay, do you want to take first stab?
I lost me or someone else. I'm sorry.
I can't. Jim. Yeah, Jay. I can explain about like the windows. There are alteration and window replacement to the house. So it's not like there are original windows that are getting replaced with the new type of windows. What the architect is doing here is trying to come up with the windows that are same in terms of the design and the style and material, also in keeping with the existing. For example, They are keeping the seal pattern, the stucco blocks under the seal pattern, and the windows are going to have external grills, which are totally appropriate for this type of houses. For the porte cochere, what I can say is that they're not changing the design of the porte cochere. They're just infilling the porte cochere with a new door. So even though if the door is removed in the future, the porte cochere is still there. And the project needs to have an additional parking space in order to get extended for the floor area. For the porch, there are alterations in the porch area, if I'm right. So that I don't think that is going to change the character defining feature of the house. Additions to the side of the house also are happening in the area of the addition that happens back in 1970s. So again, whatever is happening to the sides of the house are over the later additions. They're not the original shape of the house. So that's why when we had this proposal before you in back in February, we were discussing this alteration to see if you will consider this house as a non-construction. Now you see that the area of the addition, I can go back to the slide and show you, like two wings at the side, cabana, the carport, and also the west wing are additions, and the architect is basically proposing alteration to the addition part, not to the main body of the house. If Mr. Flagg will start, whatever.
Well, to address the question about the standards specifically, the standards for rehabilitation are specifically geared toward projects that change properties, and things will happen. So for example, when we think about standard 2, talking about preserving and retaining the historic character of the property and removing historic features or altering features and spaces that characterize a property, if we break that down, we were concerned about the wholesale removal of the ironwork at the front porch. So we added a condition to retain the front porch ironwork, acknowledging that there will be a new staircase coming up, which I believe meets the rehabilitation standard. So a section of that ironwork would be removed, but the rest of it would be kept. The porch addition takes out a small portion of the porch under the existing body of the house, but retains the open front porch. So for example, if they were proposing to infill the entire front porch to gain that exterior space as interior space, that would not meet the standards, definitely. But carving out a small section of that area that really doesn't characterize the front porch, because you can barely even see it from the street, to my mind, does meet the standard. The question about the windows, I don't know that we're losing original windows, the main ones at the porch. And Eileen, correct me, do we know if those are original or not at the porch?
The ones on the front facade are original, but I think what's proposed to be changed is on the west, north, and east additions, which are all vinyl.
Yeah,
so the proposed would be more consistent.
It looks like the drawings are calling for replacement of the windows at the front of the house, the porch windows. So there are two things that can happen here. One is, in a historic district, we allow windows to be replaced. It may be a preference to not replace windows, but we do allow that. But in this specific case, if the commission is less comfortable with that, because this is a full de novo design review hearing, you can ask that those windows be maintained and that the new windows be designed to closely match them, where we're replacing windows that we know aren't original. So that would definitely be something. You can consider replacements. The value of considering the replacements is it keeps the consistency of all the windows across the entire front facade and kind of creates a cohesive design. But if we value the fabric of those original windows, which is something we do more on a Glendale Register property than we do in a historic district necessarily, the commission can go in that direction.
So I would like to say that the windows on the front facade are not vinyl. They are wood. They may.
No, I think they were original.
On the second floor, they are vinyl.
Yes, they're from the public right of way. I don't care what you do, in the back or at the sides where it can't be seen. But I remember that the original historic resource evaluation for this property just misstated that there have been widespread window replacements with vinyl windows. That
with all due respect, when my when I first spoke, I said the windows on the primary facade of the original building are the original windows.
Oh, yes, I know I heard you. I just, but to say that the addition, there's that's the original report overstated the vinyl window replacements. I disagree that the historic district design guidelines allow willy-nilly replacement of a character defining features. What they allow applicants to do is to come to the Historic Preservation Commission and make a case for why they should be allowed to replace them. That's different from what you were saying, Jay. That's what's built in.
Again, with all due respect, the commission, I'm sorry, the city's policy since the implementation of historic districts back in 2007, 2008, 9, has never not allowed people to replace windows. I understand that the precise wording of certain aspects may lead to some disagreement, but it has been the city's policy, and the commission is not allowed to establish policy. City council establishes policy. So if you or other members of the community are concerned about the way we've been processing this over the years, that is best addressed at city council. In this specific case, if you think there's a design reason to ask for these front windows to be retained and for the others to match them, you can do that because this is now before the commission.
Okay, that policy, I believe, has been addressed through the passage of the new revised historic preservation ordinance. And I would like you, please, offline, to point me to where City Council determined that the guidelines mean willy-nilly replacement of front facade windows.
And we don't willy-nilly replace it. This is you're right. This is a subject for another discussion.
Yes.
But
yes, and I'm sorry to drag the applicant.
I assure you that at the highest level, to the era before I started working for the city, when people were presenting to the community how districts were going to be regulated, the idea that replacement windows in historic districts is allowed, and that vinyl is not allowed on the front facades, but vinyl could even be allowed, according to the historic district guidelines, on the side facades. The one sentence that you're referring to is in cases of extreme deterioration. And we have talked about this publicly before, where, well, there is a statement in the historic district design guidelines that windows should only be replaced when they're very deteriorated. There has been a recognition that people who desire to enhance the energy efficiency of their windows have a right in historic districts to replace their windows. And that's a policy, like I said, that goes back before I started here, that we continue to implement. And I think that's enough on this subject, unless you have specific questions.
So, to go back to the issue with the standards, for one thing, the analysis uses the old wording for the Secretary of the Interior standards. They use the shall.
That's going to be a problem. Shall and will are almost identical words, but that's going to be a problem.
Not quite.
Ongoing. I am trying to make sure that
I know it's hard,
but it's been an issue. So,
but to hear that no character defining features are being significantly altered when the porte cochere is being filled in, when the windows are, I think the standards analysis is inaccurate. The way that
forgive us, we don't always have the luxury of the most detailed analysis, and some statements may be overly broad. I can assure you that I professionally believe that adding doors to the porte cochere meets standard 10. It is extremely reversible, and the porte cochere itself is now atavistic remnant of the time when this house had a detached garage. This house also is over square footage and requires, I believe, Eileen, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if it's just the addition, but when you have 3,500 square feet or greater, you need to have 3 cars. And I can't think of a smarter or more preservationally sound way of doing this by putting some doors on the existing porte cochere.
Or you need a parking variance, right? That would be the other alternative.
We would never grant that parking variance.
Oh, won't know if you don't ask.
No, there are certain variances that we kind of kind of have a sense that
For a historic district contributor, that's preposterous.
historic, I personally have fought to be using the historic card against variances and have been told by some of my very well experienced colleagues that that is not a finding that we can make for variances. I still push it and I still want to use historic issues as variance findings. But again, this is kind of a bigger issue in terms of our interpretation. But the porte cochere is not going away. The porte cochere remains, and the porte cochere will now have a door on it. We allow people to put gates on their porte cocheres to partially enclose them, and we see that throughout our historic districts without any issues. So
just one more question.
I would like to.
Oh, sorry. So can I just confirm?
Yeah, sorry, this is turning into a debate.
That the windows, sorry, we don't have a lot of opportunities for philosophical discussion. Can someone
That's the fun part of this.
That the windows at the front facade, because Jay, you had suggested you thought they might be staying, but then it looks like they're all planned for replacement.
No, I believe the windows that we think are historic, certainly older wood windows at the porch, are proposed for replacement on the drawings, and that is something we would allow. But if the commission would like to not allow that in this case, like I said, you can do that.
Okay.
I asked a couple of...
There may have been some confusion reviewing the drawings.
In regard to the windows, I was checking the existing photos and condition of the windows with the proposed design. So it appears that the window next to the front entry door under the porch is exactly matching with the design of the existing window. So let's say someone is coming to us as an applicant and asking for a window replacement to match with the existing wood windows. You can't just no to that replacement window, especially if the details and size, like 3 divider with the grid patterns, are exactly matching with the existing window. And to me, I believe that's an original window to the house under the porch next to the front entry. The other windows is like the picture window, again, facing the street at the front elevation. So the architect is changing that picture window, which we don't know exactly if this is part of the alteration or not, to match with the window next to the door. The rest of the windows here are part of the alterations, are part of the additions to the house. So I can't think of any other window that you're referring to as a character defining feature, and removal of that will basically bring this property to a level which is not a contributor or like hurting the integrity of the historic integrity of property.
But I thought Ms. Chastain just said that the windows on the front facade were original, except we know that there's an addition. But is that?
There are 3 additions. There's an addition on the west, the north, and the east. Right. So the front porch, some of the windows are original.
But I didn't say they are not original. Yeah, they are. Yeah. And then they are proposed to be replaced.
But what is being proposed to be replaced is consistent with the openings and the true divided mullions, and will have the appearance. It'll just meet energy efficient requirements, which is the homeowner's desire.
But they're aluminum clad wood windows.
Can I interject, please?
Yeah.
The existing windows in the front, opening sizes, the size, the width, everything are exactly what it's there now. What we're doing is we're replacing the existing windows with a new Pella window, which is the most expensive, highest grade windows anyone can buy. These are block windows that will match both in detail, both in buttons, both in all the detailing that we have currently to replace that. Now, if we want to replace the aluminum clad window to a solid window to match exactly what we have there, that's fine. I have no problem, because it's going to match. All we're doing is we're trying to come up with a window system that it matches exactly the existing buttons and details and sizes that will last much longer than what it has there. If we keep what it's there, it's probably we're gonna have to modify take the glazing out, replace that with dual glaze, and it's just going to go through so much of a modification that I'm afraid that by placing a brand new that meets and matches what it's there now, it's going to give us a much better quality, especially the upper windows and everything else is going to be brand new. So we will have a much more consistent and better design in our head. As far as the porte cochere, the porte cochere is there, as Jay mentioned and Eileen mentioned. That porte cochere right now, it's not usable. There's a stairs behind there, and it's a covered area. What we've done is we've added a garage door in front to match there, but existing square footage of the house is already short in number of parking spaces. Even if we didn't do any kind of an addition, it was already a short in parking. So what we're doing is we're utilizing what is there without altering any of the details in architecture and be able to utilize that to be able to give us what is per code. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Okay, so we're still on an open public comment period. Is there anyone else? Are there any other specific questions for our applicant or his support before I close the public hearing? Mr. Morgan, Mr. Doom, you good?
Yeah, for public.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and open it up for discussion for my fellow commissioners. Anybody have any thoughts? Anyone would like to start? Catherine?
I didn't raise my hand, but okay. So I do feel, I don't have a problem with the additions, actually. I get that they're maintaining that existing parapet and that they're respecting the decision of the commission not to consider the design an alteration, but maybe just a quirky feature of the original house. I like that it's been pushed back. I do think it needs to be pushed back from the west elevation as well. I think it's too much, and that the massing of having like a kind of big wall on that side is too much. It doesn't seem to me appropriate, that aspect of it, for the Spanish style for the house. I have an issue with some of the changes. I do not believe that a porte cochere should be filled in with a garage door. That seems totally inappropriate to me for a historic district contributor. I believe that original character-defining wood windows on the front facade of the house should remain. I note that the windows on the addition were designed to match those windows. If those aren't original and the owner wanted to convert them to the aluminum clad wood, that would be fine. I think it would look better if they continued to match on the front facade. But that is, a decision that people often make about contributors is to change windows in the rear or the sides and have different windows in the front. But that seems appropriate to me. I don't think that the entire property should be restuccoed. When I did my site visit, I did not feel that the stucco had been replaced. I thought that there had certainly been alterations to the stucco. And I think there was some agreement that when the deck was put in, that area might have been restuccoed, but I think it was done with a sand finish, not a smooth finish. I would like to see that repaired rather than replaced wholesale and the additions to match. I agree. I think the condition to retain the original front door and to retain the ironwork is great. And I agree. I mean, I do agree with, and I agree, Jay, that we tell owners that historic district contributors are not frozen in time. And I completely agree with that. And that's why I think an addition is appropriate. I don't think that the stairs going up to the porch. I don't think that that's an appropriate addition on a historic district contributor. There's already access to the porch from the side. I feel a bit less strongly about this, but I think that the circular driveway adds a lot of just an enormous hardscaping to the front with all the walls there as well. At the very least, I do absolutely agree that the size of the entrances need to be radically shrunk as much as is possible, to not overwhelm the property. And I think that's all that I had.
Thank you, Catherine. Mr. Morgan, do you have any thoughts? I think you might be muted if you started talking.
I have to agree
There you
with
are.
what Commissioner Yurka has said already. The question I have, and it's the one she brought up earlier, is did the changes bring the house closer to contributor status? And I like what they've done. I think they're attempting to fulfill all the requirements that the commission asked of them back in February. I'm just not quite sure. I mean, in the end, for me, you have to really decide whether or not the staff of their, the historic guideline analysis and the Secretary of Interior standards, and the ones that the staff has said they meet those standards. I'm just not quite convinced that they've met that bar, so I like what they've done. I think the house is much better than what it was before, but I'm not sure if it can remain as a district contributor. So that's where I'm at this moment. So
even based on even with some changes perhaps that Catherine suggested and the conditions that staff put on the design, you think it would still lose its contributor status?
No, I do agree with what Catherine has said. I'm just not sure whether or not they're going to be voted on. So yeah, I think everything that she said so far is well within what you need to keep it as a district contributor. So
okay.
Yeah, if we could list them, so I know what they are. Yes.
Okay. Nick?
First, I wish Commissioner Vartanian was with us on this issue. And second, what is the vote before us tonight on this property?
There isn't one.
There isn't one.
There isn't one yet. Not yet. What's before us is whether or not to approve the plan as it's been presented, approve it with conditions, or I guess in theory we could just reject it wholesale.
No.
So we haven't gotten to the point where we can't reject it wholesale.
You're just to repeat.
Good. I'm not saying I want to.
Your three options tonight are approve with conditions, or return for redesign. You can't deny on the first, even though this is technically the second hearing, it's truly the first design review hearing. So.
Right. Okay. Sorry, I stand corrected. So, Mr. Doom, we don't really actually have any. We don't have a motion on the table, so we aren't really considering anything yet to vote on. This was just an opportunity for us to collaborate on our thoughts on the project.
What was our vote in February?
We didn't do a vote on the design. We only voted on whether this should be considered a contributor or not. That was a 3-2 vote in favor of contributor.
Okay. So tonight we need a motion to approve the conditions, or send back for redesign.
Right, and you also would apply conditions for the redesign.
Okay.
Just so you know, nothing I've heard so far is leaning us toward a redesign, I don't think, but that would be something you guys should be discussing. So.
Okay, my 10 cents, with inflation, the cost, everything goes up now and then, so 2 cents is no longer an option. I, like Commissioner Morgan, agree with the conditions they have made. And while I share Commissioner Yurka's view on the porte share. This is 2021, and with the size of the house, I agree we need something for the garage. So if we can move along, I'd like a motion to approve. See where that takes us.
Well, there are also staff conditions, so I guess I should have been more specific.
Oh, okay. So
You also need to look at the staff conditions in the staff report. And
okay.
sometimes
so motion until the staff conditions are presented.
Well, before we get there,
Okay.
we need to, it sounds like there's not unanimous opinion on Commissioner Yurka's comments, and we haven't heard from the chair. So I don't think it's time for a motion.
I appreciate your, Mr. Doom, I very much appreciate where you were going with that. In the interest of time, I very much appreciate where you're going with that.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not going to belabor this. I think the staff's conditions are great. I kind of understand where Catherine's coming from with some of her comments. I'm looking at the front design right now. I'm not going in any particular order, but I'm wondering if there's a way to maybe meet halfway with regard to the steps leading up to the front. I feel like perhaps the part of it that seems very jarring visually, at least in the drawing for me, is that middle tier where the steps sort of separate and then they come together again. I'm wondering if perhaps, if they didn't do that, if they just maintained the same width going up, perhaps it would feel a little more gentle. I've got a house coming out for sale next week that's got exactly that. It's a prominent Spanish style home, and it's got an equal width walkway from the sidewalk up to the front door, and it has 3 tiers, and it's very welcoming, but it's also very, very simple. And so the part that's really catching my eye on that design is the width of that middle tier. So perhaps, and Catherine can decide if she thinks that that's potentially an appropriate compromise, to just narrow that one section, maybe clean it up a little bit and make it a little less jarring. That would be one compromise I would suggest. With regard to the windows, I'm still a little bit confused as to which windows on the house are considered the original windows and which ones are not. I am of the mind of trying to preserve the original windows whenever we can. I can also appreciate not only the energy efficiency of newer windows that can be hotly debated in some of our older homes when we don't have insulation in our homes, we don't have insulation in our floors and in our attics and all this other stuff. I mean, dual pane windows are nice, but I would like dual pane windows simply for sound, frankly, more so than energy efficiency. But I think an important consideration would be a uniform facade. And if the windows that are original are only the ones that are under the canopy of the front porch, which are kind of hard to see anyway, I would lean toward allowing the applicant to change kind of all of them, so long as they maintain the same look of those. But if it's the windows to the left of the door that are on that flat facade, maybe we should consider asking for those front windows to all be of the same material, a wood window or something like that. I guess I'm a little bit unclear as to Catherine's specific request with regard to the windows. So I think that there's still just debate going on about what's original and what's not. I guess what's the actual recommendation? Maybe Catherine,
I can try to help.
What your actual recommendation should be.
If you'd like, I could try to help with what may be original windows. I think, at least in terms of what we see from the street, there's a pair of casement windows to the right of the front door under the porch that are old windows. Mm-hmm. On the area to the left, where there's the high parapet in the area that they're keeping now, there's a large picture.
Yeah. Just cut out. 1 second, I think.
On that, another set of older wood casement sash. When we continue to the left, there's new windows.
Jay, I think you froze for a minute.
Okay, it wasn't just me.
Yeah.
You did. You froze just as you started to
Oh.
describe the windows to the
Bye-bye.
front door.
And now he's gone.
Did he go away completely? Oh yeah, he's got a yellow triangle. We're going to pause for a moment, and we're not going to take an official recess. We're going to pause for a moment while Jay comes back online.
Chris, maybe I can clarify what I was saying.
Thank you.
Was that,
That would be
yeah,
great.
is it, because I realize it's confusing, as I was saying that there are clearly older original historic windows on the front facade. The windows that have been added were added to match those. So I believe that the historic windows should be preserved. And if it's really important to the owner to have a consistent look on the front facade, which I can imagine, then they just would keep all of those windows since they're designed.
So then would the facade then end up, the facade, because there will be an addition which will have new windows, will the facade have unmatching windows at that point?
Well,
Visibly
presumably-
unmatching? Like
Presumably
obviously
that's not
unmatching?
what they would want.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering
I mean-
how it's going to be possible to achieve that.
I mean,
without
I would say
just
keep
all of them to look
keep the
like
wood
the
windows
original.
at the front facade.
Okay, but there's also a second story front facade that I believe is going to be newly built.
Well,
So
maybe
that's the
Jay
part
will,
where I'm confused that you're talking about.
maybe Jay will enlighten us
there's-
if those are.
Maybe Aline can, maybe our planner can walk us
Oh,
through
yes.
the second floor addition. There's nothing that's going to be entirely not new, right?
Yes, it's going to be new in terms of the window replacement in addition to the side. But to confirm and to the comments that Commissioner Yorka made, what I see here, we have only 3 wood windows at the front elevation. Someone is.
Yeah, Jay is signing in.
Yeah, just give me a second. Give me a
Okay. Continue. I think he muted himself, so that's good.
If you're talking about if someone can correct me, I think these are the only windows there that are wood, and I'm sure the window next to the front door is original, but I'm not sure about the picture window to be original. And there's another wood window at the west wing, which is a later addition. So we are talking about these 3 pair of windows. Am I right? Is there any other window that Commissioner Yorka you have concern for? You're muted.
I think you're muted, Catherine.
The windows, I mean, I didn't return to the house, but my memory when we reviewed this a while ago was that the front facade, the first floor of the front facade, those are all wood windows. Obviously, the ones that are part of the addition are not historic, but they were wood and they were designed
Right.
to match the existing wood windows.
Let me if you
So-
don't mind, I can very quickly share my screen, but I would like to show you the
Yeah,
windows
please do.
now, okay?
Please.
Can you see my screen for a moment?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
So I'm talking about these 3 windows, and I don't see any other window rather than this 3 window for our concern as a historic. So this is the window for the area of the additions, later addition, I think 1970 addition. I'm talking about this picture window, which is facing the street. Let me bring a closer photo of that, which is this picture window.
Okay.
But there is another window next to the front entry, which is this window here.
Yes.
So if you compare the proposed design, the design of the new windows exactly. Someone is not muted again. So
Jay, can you mute again? Sorry.
The design of the proposed window is exactly matching with this detail. So we are talking about 3 windows which are facing the street, and basically can be 2 of them, maybe they are part of the original, which is the picture window and the window adjacent to the door, at the front door. But for sure, this is not part of the original old house. So
But those are wood windows,
Correct.
right?
they are wood windows.
And the windows here behind the palm tree are wood. Aren't there two windows there, or am I misremembering that?
So you are talking
on
on
the side,
Yes.
facing
what we
west.
have there. Because I was looking at the windows that are facing the street.
Well, they're visible from the street. They don't need to face it.
Let me see. Let me go back to the photos. That's why every time that I have a case.
Yes, see those. You can
Yeah,
see
ask
those.
for photos as much as we can have more photos. So you're talking about this window, right? The side.
Yes.
Okay. This I
No,
don't.
that
think-
one there, yes.
Yeah. This might the original basically window, part of the original house. So basically, if we include
So we have
our 4 windows that we're talking about here, I'm not sure the direction is to keep the existing wood windows in order to keep the integrity and the contributing status. I'm not sure if you can make that as a condition, but again, working many replacement projects in a historic district, different historic district in Glendale, having like being a case planner for different type of project for window replacement, we never say to the public, you cannot replace your wood windows to aluminum clad or fiberglass windows, especially if they are matching exactly in detail. I've never seen something like that. So this is to me a project, is a project for an addition and window replacement. I can't imagine how we can say keep the wood windows because they are original, but you can alter the rest of the house and have an addition to the house.
Well, but we can make decisions like that. That's what we're charged to do.
Yes, I don't know if you guys can hear me now to step in. Yes,
We
the
can hear
commission
you.
can ask for the wood windows to be maintained.
Okay, so
It's a question
then
of,
my question, I guess, Catherine, is it your position that you would like those 4 windows that we've now discussed to remain in place, and any new windows that have to be added in this to create the addition are made of the same material, or those can be aluminum clad, they just have to match?
So what I would like to see is the windows that we see here, and including the ones we can't see because they're at the porch, to be retained. I think it matters less on the addition. It's an addition, it's new, and it's pushed back, right? It's now recessed. So it clearly reads as different. So I think I'm much more willing to give the owner the discretion to use aluminum clad windows on those. But I also think it is very, very hard to match. You can say, yes, they have muntins, but to match the slim profile of windows like these with aluminum clad wood, I don't see, but that would be okay for me on the addition.
if I can jump in, the window
And it doesn't-
manufacturers produce muntins of varying heights. We can usually get within 3/16 of an inch, say. Yes, it may not be 100%, but it's not super discernible from a distance.
Well, that's good.
I still
So then,
prefer
Catherine,
these.
is it your position that, okay, is it your position then that, or you at least acknowledge that in that picture we were looking at a second ago, that showed the windows on the 1970s, we think, era edition, you don't think that they should be allowed to change that window?
I don't think
Or you
so.
would prefer that they didn't change that window, despite the fact that it's not a part of the original part of the house?
Because it was designed to match. And I think that I just think it creates.
Okay, I think the idea
harmonious
would be for
facade.
them to match. Yeah, I mean, I think that the idea would be that they would have, I mean, I think we could dictate them to match. I can't let you speak yet, Alan, I'm sorry, give me just 1 second. No, 1 second.
I think it will help if I say something.
You need to open.
I will, and that's why I said he needs to wait for just 1 second.
Oh, sorry.
It seems to me that if they're going to be adding windows to their addition on the second floor, that presumably will match the windows on the first floor. If they want to change the window in the, I'm going to keep calling it the 1970s era edition, I think we can make the condition that they have to match the windows that are part of the house. But if that's not an original portion of the house, I don't think I would feel uncomfortable requiring that window stay. Now, we can talk about the other 3 windows, the ones to the right of the door, the one to the left of the door, which is a picture window, and the one that's kind of around that corner. I could understand saying, yes, those appear to be original windows, let's keep those. But if we're either we are dictating the windows on the addition or we're not, and since that's not an original feature of the house, I feel like it seems to me fair. Obviously, they would have to make whatever it is match. That seems like an across the board thing.
That makes sense to me, what you're saying.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. I will open the public hearing. Alan, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm still confused a little bit about what you just explained, but it sounded good. But what we're trying to do is to replace the windows and match the detail. As I said, if the intent is to have a wood window, we will replace them with a wood window that will match, and it will be easier for us to meet all the details and everything else that you're concerned about. As far as I'm thinking more muttons and the sill dimensions and so forth. So if we do that, then at least having the same manufacturer do this, which is Appella, which we're using, having the same manufacturer, at least we can make it all consistent and not look out of place with the new additions that we're doing on the second floor. So that's all I'm trying to say. And if the idea is to keep a picture window in the front and not replace it with the dividers as we have right to the left of the door, that's fine. I think John is there. I'm sure he'll be okay with that. But the idea was that to keep it consistent, make it look more to its original look. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I'm going to close the public hearing. Catherine, how do you feel about a consistent, uniform, all wood window facade to match the windows that are there, rather than one where we would have wood windows, the door, wood windows, then aluminum clad windows? Anyway, how do you feel about that? Do you think that's a compromise that's worth making? You might be muted.
If the aluminum clad windows can be made to perfectly match it, I don't see why the historic windows need to be replaced. That would provide the consistent look. We're hearing that they're exact.
No, but I'm sorry, can I just jump in here?
Yeah.
There is no way can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Okay. I can hear you, Jay. I'm sorry. I just couldn't tell it was you.
I'm sorry. I've just had technological frustration. Appella window, newly made, is not going to match the historic windows in a precise millimeter to millimeter way. That is not going to happen. The two things that can happen are new wood windows could be milled specifically at a mill by a company that does that, and those can match to the millimeter. That's not something we've ever asked for in a historic district property. I don't recommend that we do that because this house is not a historic house in any way, except that it happens to be a contributor to a district. So that's holding this property to a much higher standard than we hold others. And if we apply equal protection concepts to how we treat historic district contributors, that would be a lot. I think the question for you guys is, are we okay with the windows looking a little bit different, but close? Or are we looking for consistency? And I think that's the brunt of your decision right now. And we're only talking about 4 windows or 3 window openings because it sounds like they're okay with keeping the picture window. And new picture windows look really, really close to old picture windows. There's not usually a huge issue there. So just, that helps.
Thank you, Jay.
Yeah, no, that's more or less. Sorry, go ahead.
So I just wanted to say, I was still kind of in my comment period. So I'm going to just respond to Jay's comments really quickly, and then I will invite you to do the same. I'm of the mind of a more just a uniform look across the facade. And I think that we can achieve the intent of what those windows were like pretty darn closely these days. And I think from a consistency standpoint, that I would personally prefer to see a consistent facade rather than one that has a slight different feel from one section to the next. Catherine?
Oh, I was just going to say that we don't need that consistency can be achieved if they want to leave those front windows in. I mean, because it's consistent now, but we have the historic windows. I don't think that they should be removed.
Okay.
And I thought Jay's point was good. That window, I thought you were completely right. I liked what you said before, which is we shouldn't hold them.
I must remember this moment.
We shouldn't hold them to one standard for the addition that's from the 70s and a different standard to the addition on top. And I liked the idea that they would have the freedom if they wanted to replace to something that's very, very close. Remember, they keep saying how close it is, that it matches it so well. I don't think, if that's true, it is not going to read as wildly different. Instead, it will read as a slight difference as a result of different moments of construction. That's like a preservation principle. So, that it's differentiated.
That's understood. I understand that point.
Yeah.
I understand you on that point.
I don't think that's
I understand that point.
but it sounds so.
Nick?
Yes, Chris, you opened the public hearing to Alan and he didn't address your stairway issue. I wonder if you could do that really quick before you continue.
Oh, okay. I'll open the public hearing. Alan, do you have any comments about the stairway modification?
I think I appreciate for allowing me to talk about that. No, I think it's fine. What we were trying to do is we were trying to widen that area and place a planter in the middle to be able to kind of soften the size and the scale of that stairs itself. If we do carry that straight across, which is fine, I don't see any problem with it. I'm sure John's not going to have an issue with it, but it's just having that straight run going from the sidewalk all the way to the top. It was just some sort of a nice landing before the main. So I just thought that it was a character feature that we were adding, and something similar that we found in different areas around the neighborhood that we thought that it would be appropriate to add on to this feature. So that's all. I'm okay with either way. I think. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I'll close the public hearing. Is that good for you, Nick? Yes, I think I took that as a yes. Okay, so we are, I think, I'm trying to address in my comments, all of the various things that Catherine brought up, just so that we have a sort of a full open discussion about it all. She mentioned that she was concerned that the west elevation the massing of it was a bit too great. Is that kind of what you were saying, Catherine? I think that it was just too large, too tall, too big in general.
It wasn't recessed.
I can see the concern for that.
Yeah.
It
reads as a wall.
I see. You would want to see the west portion tucked further in, I guess, yeah, okay. Sort of behind the chimney there, I guess. I'm looking at a front.
No, I think it would be a step in at the second floor level, pushing it in, if I heard correctly.
Okay, so how does that relate to the chimney then? Because it looks like there's a chimney that goes up the side. It feels like that would be, if you look at the front elevation, you'll see there's a chimney. It looks like a chimney.
That would lead.
I guess, is that a chimney from an upstairs bedroom, I guess? Or is that?
That's a new chimney for the master bedroom and maybe for the first floor also.
Ms. Babukayan, can you confirm what that chimney is? Is that chimney from the ground level to the top on the
Yes, it's an existing. It is based on the elevation drawing and the floor plan. It's an existing chimney getting continued to the second floor addition.
Actually, I think isn't it a chimney in a new location? Maybe I'm wrong.
It's on the existing elevation drawing. It is shown as an existing chimney, so it is there and it is getting extended for the addition of the second floor.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's not a new chimney, it's there.
And then, okay.
Yeah, that does raise a good
So
point.
Mike-
If can I just if that
Please.
second floor wall were stepped back at that location, it would require diagonal steel bracing in 2 different directions for the new chimney so that it could meet. Actually, no, this chimney. Oh no, if that's an existing wood burning fireplace, they're allowed to extend it. So it would require 2 steel braces coming back to the roof surface in 2 different directions to meet seismic and building and safety code, state code. So that would.
So it would still go that tall, and there would be a gap between the chimney and the building. Is that right? And there would be metal bracing holding it.
Right, and perhaps Alan could address that, but that's what I think we'd have to do.
I'll open the public hearing for Alan. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Alan.
so what we have to do is as we extend the chimney, we do need seismic support. So if we do push that wall back, then then there is going to be a gap between the chimney and the wall. So and then also you're going to
So
have
forget
a
the
ledge.
seismic bracing. We would also have an aesthetic. Yeah, it would be
Exactly.
there would be a strange aesthetic. You'd have a chimney, a gap in the house.
It's going to be a serious problem.
It is.
If I could.
Yeah. And if you do go around the side or the back, it is pretty much the same as it's consistent throughout. So the design is going to be essentially consistent by bringing the 2-story up. It is completely screened by planting and trees there as well. So I'm not sure by stepping that back a foot or 6 inch what it's going to actually entail, but it is going to create a problem with the chimney, that's for sure.
I wasn't imagining something like
Thank you,
that.
Catherine.
Oh, sorry, I mean, I think it would have to be stepped back more than
Well,
6 inches.
I think the problem is that by pushing something back,
That's going to cause a serious problem upstairs with the flow going from the now balcony area to the master bedroom. The way we've got it positioned, you have access going to that bedroom from what is now a hallway that's being created in the back. If you step it back further, it basically eradicates a good portion of the master bedroom, leaves it open to view from the hallway. I mean, it's going to create all kinds of problems.
John, we will take that into consideration, but I do believe we have to close the public hearing.
Please do, but it's going to cause a major problem.
Yeah.
Thank you, John.
If I could
Okay, I'll
just
close the
jump
public
in.
hearing.
If I could just quickly jump in a new construction situation in Glendale, to meet the citywide design guidelines, we do often ask for second floors to step in at the sides to provide massing relief to the neighbors. I have often jokingly or not so jokingly commented how if someone were proposing buildings in our historic styles where having a 2-story sheer facade rising up, especially on the sides of buildings, is not uncommon in a variety of styles, including some Spanish houses, including some houses where the second floor actually projects further out than the first floor. I've commented that if someone came to us with a really nice traditional style, strict application of that concept of stepping back the second floor, it kind of raises some issues. The other thing that happens is you have to introduce new structural support for that second floor that steps back. So you should just be aware that if you do go in that direction, which is totally in your purview to do, it adds expense in terms of providing steel beams in the existing space between the first and second floor, or if not steel, other means of supporting that wall.
That makes sense. Okay. Okay, so that's the west wall. Port Cochere, look, I feel for the applicant on this. The rule, the 3,500 square foot rule, I don't know. I'd have never really been a huge fan of it, to be honest with you. And it's very limiting for a lot of homeowners, and I've always kind of been frustrated by it. That it's the rule, unfortunately. I don't think it's I think that the adding of a garage door to the Port Cochere, in my opinion, is a compromise worth making for this applicant to not basically shut his project down. I mean, to try to find a third garage space somewhere else on this lot seems a bit challenging at this point. Looking at the facade, I don't know where that would be. So for a door on the porte cochere to be the one reason this applicant can't move forward with his design, I don't think is necessarily fair. And I don't think that it detracts that much from the front of the house, the style and everything. Especially considering that garage isn't even the original garage, and there's been so much alteration to that side of the house anyway. And then, oh, the stucco finish. That's a tough one for me. I always like a smooth stucco house, smooth stucco finish. I'm envious of that when I see that on homes. I get that it's a sort of a modern look, perhaps. Yeah, so I don't know what to tell you on that one. I'm just gonna have to see what the ultimate motion is made if there's a condition for that. Among all the other things, I could go either way on that one. Let's put it that way. I feel like I've covered everything of the main points that were covered. So I think at this point, unless there's any other comments, we do need someone to make a motion. Is there anybody willing to do that or able to do that? We do have conditions that staff has come up with. We haven't had any discussion on those conditions. I think that's probably, I'm hoping that's because we all are in support of staff's conditions. So at this point, oh, sorry, Catherine.
Oh, I was.
Oh, it's funny. We have this delay, and I can't tell exactly if you're nodding at what I'm saying. So at this point, a motion. Sorry, I was getting stuck on the words. A motion with conditions could, I think, simply be stated that the conditions outlined in the staff report, as well as the following conditions, would be an appropriate way to go. We certainly don't need to state the 9 conditions that were already covered in the staff report. Catherine.
I thought I would maybe ask a question of the commissioners. I believe that if we were to approve what's proposed, even with the 9 conditions, this house would cease to be a contributor. Is there anyone who feels that way? Window replacements, the staircase, the enclosing the porte cochere.
My street.
Well, I'll start. Go ahead, Nick.
Catherine, our streak tonight comes to an end, I guess, because I agree with Jay that this house is a contributor and not a historic house. And so to hold it to a different standard is not up to par. So I'm sorry. I think it's fine as conditions warranted.
But you think I'm not trying to hold it to a different standard. I'm saying, do you believe it would still be a contributor with all the alterations?
From the street view, yes. With what they're agreeing to doing with the windows and what they have done with the design already, from the street view, I think it does maintain its contributor status.
Okay.
I didn't think it was a contributor before. So I don't. So that part is less of a concern for me at this point. I think it's a lovely design. I think that yes. Mr. Morgan, would you like to answer Catherine's question? You might have to unmute.
Am I still muted? I'm still muted.
There you are.
Now you're muted.
Nope, now you're really muted.
Okay. That confuses me.
There
the way it's mute. Anyway, so it was the question I asked earlier was, did the changes bring the house closer to a contributor? And it's a lovely house. I like the design. I'm not quite sure that it is a contributor anymore. I don't know if it was contributed before, even though I voted for it to be a contributor. But upon reflection and looking at all the stuff, that we've changed everything around. I like the new windows. I like approval with conditions, but I don't think any of that's going to make this thing more of a contributor than it was prior. So I say we just move forward and just determine that it's not.
Well, no, we cannot do that.
Okay.
Well, let me think. if it becomes a non-contributor, technically, no, not technically, legally, we have to do environmental review. We will look at this in terms of the contributor count in the North Cumberland Heights Historic District. And in the first staff report, I don't think we included it in this one, we did that count, and the historic district will remain a historic district even if this is a non-contributor. So under CEQA, you can remove the contributor status. It was staff's opinion in the current staff report with the new design that that point was more or less irrelevant because we think that this design meets the baseline threshold of meeting the historic district guidelines, which might be the easier way to analyze this. And then at the end of the day, you know, if it's the path of least resistance to call it a contributor still, when there was questions and controversy about whether it was in the first place, we're not making it necessarily any worse. But you know, it's tricky, and you know, it sounds like you still want to approve the project, Commissioner Morgan, and with conditions, I imagine.
Yes.
So I'm not sure that it's valuable to think of the contributor, although Kathy just raised the question. So
if it's, I mean, like I wasn't expecting the discussion to take quite this turn. So maybe, I mean, Chris, I know. I mean, it's complicated. Like you said, Chris, you put it very well. Like I didn't think it was a contributor to begin with. Unlike,
well, let's just say if this,
but you know, I mean, it seems to me it's a contributor as long as we continue to say that it's a contributor. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Jay?
Yes, and to put this in perspective, if this were a non-contributor, as it's, you know, based on the surveys in its current condition, and this proposal came to us, this is a proposal that we could possibly do as an administrative design review process rather than even bringing it to the commission, and just see if people are concerned about it. So here we have the benefit of the commission's experience and input into the design, where if it were done through an administrative process, it would be a staff level decision. Not that those decisions aren't amazing, but I just want you to I don't know if that will help put this in perspective or not.
Thank you. Anybody looking to, anybody want to make a motion?
There you go, Nick.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Pragmati. I'd like to make a motion to approve with staff's recommendations and conditions.
Would you like to add any conditions to the staff report's conditions, such as the things we discussed, like the walkway leading up to the house, whether the currently original windows remain the original windows, any of those things, any of those topics we discussed?
Oh, I thought those were in the staff conditions we were discussing.
No. So the staff conditions do not include the walkway. The width of the walkway does not include the discussion we had about the stucco finish. Oh wait, is the stucco finish on there?
It does a little bit on stucco. We talk about the stucco finish wasn't specified. Staff felt that the stucco is really messed up on this house, and we thought that there was at least large redos of stucco, if not wholesale replacement at some point. Commissioner Yerka is correct that some older houses do have rougher finishes than others. And one thing, we at staff level, and it's not always clear even among ourselves sometimes, we say smooth finish stucco. That doesn't mean a Venetian plaster flat as a piece of glass, kind of shiny. Still going to have some imperfections, and the goal is to use a stucco finish that is characteristic of older Spanish houses. Not being like a sheer.
Hopefully then that the whole. Okay, so then hopefully that was a moot discussion that we had on.
Well, not there's still the philosophical discussion of removing material versus keeping material, and I think that's where Commissioner Yerka is coming in.
Copy that. Okay, so Mr. June, so discussion about the stucco finish, discussion about the what we have determined are 3 existing original wood windows on the front facade. Whether those need to remain original. Well, first of all, you don't even have to make a condition about the windows, but the discussion was we could direct them to maintain that, because at the moment they are allowed to switch. The way the approval would be now, without any discussion of the windows, would be that the windows can be removed and replaced with something of a very similar design. So if you say nothing about the windows, that is what the applicant is able to do, correct, Jay?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. The other discussion was about whether to enclose the porte cochere. If you say nothing about the porte cochere, the applicant is allowed to enclose it. Then I think that was basically, we talked about the west wall, the west facade being too tall and not stepped back.
Right. There was also the question of, unless I missed something in my technological void, Commissioner Yurka was concerned about having the stairs come up at the center to the front porch rather than still from the side.
Oh yeah, so what you missed was that I suggested a compromise, which would be at that middle tier. That stairs,
I did hear that. Okay.
Okay.
Yes,
so
I got that one.
Okay.
Oh, Chris, I just wanted to suggest, should we do what we did before, which is take things, I mean, we can deal with staff conditions first and just, because I agreed with the staff.
Okay. Okay. So why don't we start with that? Yes, we'll do what Catherine said. We'll start with staff conditions. Is everyone in agreement that, Mr. Doom, you're started to make a motion, but I'm going to ask that maybe you not finish it just yet. So that we can just kind of
officially, why don't we ask him to, I think he's allowed to withdraw the motion. There's all kinds of.
Oh, sorry.
No, I am happy to withdraw my motion, or it can die for lack of a second. So I'll be happy to withdraw it.
Yeah. Let's let it die for lack of a second, even better. So.
Okay, dies without a lack of a second. Okay, so let's try to do a unofficial roll call on. We'll start with staff's conditions. Everybody feel okay with those? Mr. Doom?
Yes.
Yes.
Catherine?
Yeah.
Michael said yes. Catherine? Okay.
Except for number 1.
So, sorry. So the ones that involve the porch and the tile, that would be the only one I think I would have a problem with, because I don't think that we should have that. And the design of the walls. So those, I would exempt those for now, but others might decide to. Sorry, I should give you numbers.
The design of the walls, what don't you care for?
Sorry, number 5. I thought it was, okay, just number 5 then, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, look, why don't we exclude number 1, because that's about the stucco, which you guys need to discuss. Number 5, maybe I missed that discussion, but we were recommending just a very simple design with saltillo treads and concrete stucco risers.
Right. I just don't want the new stairs.
Discuss that one further.
That's it.
Oh, well,
I don't want the stairs at all.
Chris thought that by getting rid of the middle section of the stairs that you guys had arrived at some group consensus, but I guess that's not true.
No, that wasn't it. No, that wasn't it. No, that was my suggestion. That was one we were going to have to discuss. Okay, so that's number 5. Catherine, any others? You said something about the walls. Catherine?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want the circular driveway, but I think I'm going to be outnumbered by that.
Oh.
So.
Nor I.
So if they keep the circular driveway, do you agree with the?
Yeah, Michael doesn't want it either, so.
Okay, if we should be couching this with reasoning. I don't think for future appeals, if there was one, we should have the reasons for that.
No, I agree. I felt like it was too much hardscaping in the front. With the walls, I think it's creating a kind of, with the staircases going up, that it's creating too prominent a kind of entrance to the house. But it's a hardscaping issue.
Okay, it does meet.
I mean, I can understand where they. Yeah, I can understand where the applicant's coming from. I know the next door neighbor house has a big sweeping.
May I add?
Also, it's not that
May I add a
that's-
quick comment? Driveway
Yes.
escaping, the amount of the hard escaping here as proposed is in compliance with the code. So
Yeah, but
something that they are basically trying to exceed in terms of the amount of the hard escape.
Oh yeah, we're not questioning that.
Amount of hard escape is in compliance. But I heard that there is a comment about like removal of the stairs. And also we have a condition to simplify the step like walls around driveway. So if you can combine this together and still allow the circular driveway, I think would be appropriate.
Okay.
That may be where they go, but we don't know yet. So the one thing about the
So if
hardscape
there has-
aspect to just keep in mind is the flat portion of the circular driveway, kind of in the center. That paving isn't really going to be visible from the street. It's really just the two approaches on the sides, and then the driveway going up to the garage. It'll have some visibility, but it's not going to be super prominent because of the elevation. So.
Okay. Catherine, if the circular driveway were to remain, are you in support of the changes to the walls?
to simplify, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. So, okay, Mike, how do you feel about conditions 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 9?
I agree.
Okay. Commissioner Doom? 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 9.
I agree.
Uh-oh. Okay, great. Catherine, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9.
Yes.
Okay, making progress. All right. Condition number 1 is on the staff report is related to the stucco finish. Catherine, is it your position that you don't want the stucco changed because it's an original feature, or is it the texture or that you're concerned with, or both?
You know, there are historic district contributors where they have removed the stucco's been replaced.
Yeah.
The windows have been replaced. Some other feature has been replaced. And I saw this in the Casa Verdugo and the South Cumberland Heights survey that we just saw. You know, often 3 features being changed is, and 4 certainly is enough to kind of bump it. And so from contributor status. So I would say repair, not replace, and in that sand finish.
Okay. So Jay, is the sand finish not what's described in number 1?
Not generally. There are different grades of sand finish, from very rough to closer to what's on the building now. It was staff's position that the existing stucco does not appear to be original for the record, and I think the consultant concurred on that.
Okay.
Carrie,
so if it's been changed, Catherine?
Our discussion a few months ago was much less certainty about it having been replaced. Could have been.
I'm still, like I said just a few minutes ago, the stucco on this house is messed up. There's a lot of confusing issues, and stucco is a hard one sometimes to recognize. Stucco, however, is one of the easiest historic materials to replicate, and we don't really have a problem with property owners in historic districts replacing stucco if the texture is going to be acceptable. And that's the way we do our historic districts. City council will have to tell us otherwise. So we don't do it routinely. It's a very expensive process, but there we are. Yeah.
So let's say, Jay, in a year from now, a discussion was had about whether or not this house was a contributor anymore. Could an argument be made? Well, they changed all the stucco. That's one of the things that makes it a non-contributor. Is that a position that you would agree with?
Not necessarily, but it's an argument that can be made. So.
Okay.
I mean, I want to say that I tend to agree with Jay about stucco being one of the easiest things to replace. And, if it were to be replaced with a sand finish matching what we can, as much as possible, determine to have been the original finish, I would be more comfortable with that than this kind of generic smooth finish, which could be, and I take what you're saying, Jay, that it doesn't mean like glass, but that it also offers just, wide-ranging possibilities. And I think it should be something matching what is, can be identified as original on the house now.
One way we could make that work is to specify that it's a trowel applied, hand applied, sanded stucco finish rather than a blown on machine applied. That's where you get the very smooth sand finish stucco like on 50s tract houses. So we could put that in the condition to specify a trowel applied sand finish stucco closely matching the predominant stucco at the front of the building, something like that.
That sounds great.
All right. So now we make
Yeah.
condition 1 with modifications.
Okay, I'm going to trust that Mr. Morgan and Mr. Doom are okay with that. I certainly am. Okay, number 1, done.
Yeah.
Number 5. Clarify the drawings to include the front stairway. Okay, front stairway, guys. So just to recap really quickly, my suggestion for the front stairway would be in that middle tier to just eliminate that center planter and narrow the staircase to match the top and lower tiers. I think Ms. Yurko would like to see that entire staircase not happen, and so that the only entrance to the front door would be from the driveway side in front of the porte cochere. That would be the entrance. So guests would be, anyone visiting the house would be walking up the driveway and through the side, which apparently is how it presently is, and is presumably how it was from when it was built. So, Mr. Morgan, how do you feel about the front stairs? Oh, you might be muted, sir.
Muted, yeah.
Always the opposite. I really don't have an opinion on it, though. I like the way it originally was. I mean, if we're trying to keep some of its original things, I think not having the stairway go up the middle and having it go the way it's always been. I'd like to do that, but I can go either way on this one. Not a killer.
Thank you, Mr. Doom.
Knowing that there are similar houses in the neighborhood with stairs already, I think it's a very prominent house, the way it looks. And prominent houses, I think the staircase would accentuate it in my view. I don't think it detracts from it at all. And since there are other houses in the neighborhood with a staircase, I'm for the staircase.
Okay, so that's 2 solidly for, and you're good with the narrowing it? That condition of narrowing it? Okay. Okay, so we have 2 seemingly solidly for the staircase being able to remain with the condition that it be narrowed. So perhaps we're just going to put that in. Mike doesn't seem to want to take a position either way. So let's take keeping the staircase and narrowing it. That's okay. Number 8. The general idea of a circular driveway. I feel like a circular driveway is okay, given what I see elsewhere in the neighborhood. Mr. Doom?
Yes, again, having driven through the neighborhood, I think a circular stairway is just fine.
Circular driveway, thank you. Mr. Morgan?
Yes, I'll go with the circular driveway. I'm not
Okay,
really
so
pleased with it, but yeah.
So then we'll adopt the condition regarding the walls.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And so looking at those as a unit,
Jay?
the center of the staircase goes away, the circular driveway walls change to smooth top surfaces with reduced height as much as possible. And then we're done with that, I think.
Yeah.
Yes. So when you say center staircase goes away, you just mean the planter and
I mean the center portion of the staircase. The wide section goes away, and we have the stairs. I mean center in height, basically, you know. If I understood you correctly, let me try to describe it better.
So
where the stairway widens and splits into two separate stairways. I believe your suggestion
Yes.
just keep that a single staircase in line with the top part and the lower part.
Very good. Thank you. Yes.
And narrow it, reduce the width. Am I right?
Yes, narrow it to match.
Oh, and okay, so we'll modify that condition. Yeah, so and reduce width. Okay.
Okay, so we're all in agreement on 1 to 9 now. Let's go to. I need to pull up a picture of the front of the design to help me remember. Okay, let's just talk about the west facade. Let's just get that one out of the way. Does, Mr. Doom, do you feel the west facade needs to be stepped back from the side perspective, not from the front, but from the side?
Now, correct me, Chris, is this the one with the fireplace we're talking about, the chimney hallway wall?
Yes. Yes.
And you want us to move it further in?
There was a suggestion from Ms. Yurka that that because it's a second story addition on a historic property, that the second story should be stepped in a little bit. So when you're looking at the house from the front, this being the, well, for your view, this being the west side, that she is suggesting that the second floor be just pushed in slightly, so there's a little bit of a difference between it and the lower portion. The thing to consider is that the lower portion is not an original part of the house to begin with. So it's could be a discussion could be had as to whether or not second floor addition needs to be honoring what's right below it. At least that's my interpretation.
And is this seen from the street?
It is seen from the street, but there is the other thing to consider is that there is a fireplace that runs up that whole wall from the ground level all the way up to the roof. So if you were to step that in, there would be a gap, and then there would have to be some support bars. It would be a little bit weird.
I don't support moving it in. I oppose moving it in.
Mr. Morgan?
Same, I concur.
Okay. Ms. Yurka, we know where you feel about that, right? But I think we have 3 on that one, so we'll say no to the west elevation. Windows, here we go. Let's see if we can get some consensus on windows. There's a couple of options. First option is that there's actually several options. That the 4 windows presently on the lower level front facade, you've got one set to the right of the front door, you've got that has divided lights, you've got a solid picture window to the left of the front door. Right around the bend, you've got another divided light window that you can't really see from the front elevation, but you certainly could see if you were walking past the house entirely. And then there's, on the present 1970s era edition, 3 divided light windows that are wood, that were designed to match the other windows that are original. One option is to keep all of those windows in place presently, and any of the new windows that are put onto the front-facing, street-facing addition portion would be made to match. They could either be in wood or they could be aluminum-clad windows. Another option would be to maintain only what we believe are the original windows, which are the ones excluding the one on the addition. Any others could be changed to match, or we could allow the applicant the leeway to replace all of the windows so that from the street they all match identical, but would be a design that is very much in keeping with, very much as close to identical as they possibly could be to the windows there. The applicant has said that if that were the case, he would do them all as wood windows, which I know some commissioners are sensitive to the material that windows are, at least in this case. If we allowed that compromise to be able to change all of the windows, that they would at least change them as wood. The condition, of course, would be that they, as closely as possible, match the original windows that are there.
And if I could,
there, Mr. Doom?
If I could just get Alan Malikian to nod without opening the public hearing. Did you mean wood or aluminum clad wood? Would you be okay with wood?
I can't see him. Can you?
I think.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay.
Good. He said he'd be fine with that. Okay, Mr. Doom.
Option A, you suggested, is my vote.
Option A, keeping all of the lower floor front-facing windows untouched and any new windows built anywhere else to match them in. You don't, do you want to specify that those be wood or aluminum clad? Are you
No.
okay with aluminum clad? We are allowing aluminum clad.
I'm okay with that, where they can get closely matched to it, like you said.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Morgan, how do you feel about the windows?
I will go with what Commissioner Doom said. Keeping the originals and
Okay.
matching everything as close as possible.
So keeping the originals as well as the window on the 70s edition, and then
Yes.
everything else matches.
Yes.
And to clarify, Catherine, that is your position as well? You might be muted because I'm not hearing you.
Yes, that's acceptable to me.
Okay. Windows down.
Okay, just let me just verify that.
Port Cochere. Mr. Doom, how do you feel about enclosing the Port Cochere? Keeping in mind that they have to find a third garage somewhere on this property in order to do the project.
I support turning the Cochere into the third garage.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan.
Same.
Same. Okay. And I am also in support of the Port Cochere becoming a garage.
I'm just going to say right now that, sorry, I obviously it's 3-1, but I do want to say that with the other changes and the Port Cochere, like I don't think this house is a contributor anymore.
Okay.
This is what pushes it over the edge to me.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Anything? What was? Did I miss anything, Catherine?
Yes.
Of your comments?
Mr. Miller.
You've got everything that I got from Commissioner Yurka's comments.
No, thank you, Chris. I know I'm a handful.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
No, that's okay. We appreciate your observations. Okay, so now it sounds
Alan
like
is trying to say
Mr.
something.
Doom,
Probably
are you
can't
ready?
Chris, Alan is trying to say something.
He's not allowed to speak unless he. Alan, is it an important design issue that we have to open the?
Yes, I'm so sorry about the windows. Keeping the existing
Okay, hold on.
windows
I opened the
intact.
public hearing.
I'm so sorry. I just need to explain this because I don't think
Go ahead.
you guys are aware of the energy requirements of state of California. If we do keep the windows existing intact, do not touch them, okay? It may not pass the energy. So we do need to have some sort of a leeway to modify the existing windows to pass the energy. We can't, and this is not a historic house for us to say that we're going to exercise the Title Chapter 8 for us to maintain the existing windows and exercise the energy and say that this area is going to waive. So I need to have the ability for us to upgrade the windows at some level, paint or anything, to be able to pass the energy.
Well, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to.
Sorry, Jay, do you want to respond to that?
Well, there are two issues there. Mr. Malikian is incorrect. If this is a contributor, it does not have to meet energy standards. It's exempt from Title 24. If they are concerned that these windows
it is a contributor.
I'm sorry?
I was going to say, and at this point, it's a contributor.
Right. So if we keep it a contributor, it doesn't have to meet Title 24. And if they're concerned about the energy, there are multiple ways that they could retrofit the windows to provide greater energy efficiency, maybe not exactly what a new window would be, up to from changing the glass within the panes to some newer materials that are available. There's what people back east and up in Canada called storm windows. There are these things called interior storm windows that could be used, but then that makes it hard to use the windows. But you don't have to meet the energy, Alan, for contributor.
But what I'm saying is changing the windows, that's modifying an alteration. But when you say keeping the existing windows intact, not touching them, it would not allow me to replace the glazing or replace the window panes.
Well,
The
no,
way
you
it's written, the way
gla-
it's being motioned right now.
we would be able at staff level to approve any applicant in a district or anywhere else to put in interior storms if they didn't affect the sight lines from the outside, or to replace glazing. Glazing you don't even need a permit for.
So I could take my single pane glass windows right now and change the glass to dual glazed. I could just do it right.
No,
in the
no,
space.
well, not especially not dual glaze. There are, and there's some newer materials. There are things called laminated glass. The whole issue is the weight. How much weight can you put into these wood muntins and still have it be supported?
Got it.
But there's stuff coming online these days. I think we'll see more of it in the future.
Okay. So as long as we aren't changing its contributor status, our applicant doesn't have anything to worry about from the energy standpoint. Okay, so Mr. Doom, you're up, my friend. It sounds like the motion to approve would include the 9 conditions as the staff on the staff report as amended. The windows, which you're familiar with that situation. Well, actually, do we need to say anything about the windows? We do, right? Because in the current plan, Jay, they are allowed to remove them. Is that right?
Yeah, I think, you need to have a condition. I thought the consensus was that we're keeping the 4 historic windows.
Correct.
Yes.
Or not historic.
I just need it, sorry.
Yeah, we're keeping the 4 groups of windows at the first floor.
Present.
Replacing everything else with aluminum clad wood.
Okay, so Jay has that one with regard to windows.
Yeah.
Yes, to match as closely as possible.
I
And
wasn't
then,
trying to hide that.
we don't need to say anything about the port cachere because it's in the staff report that it can be changed. Correct?
Oh, and sir.
Okay. So, Mr. Doom, it sounds like do you have a handle on what this motion needs to be?
I hope so. 4th time will be the charm. If not, I'll wait and someone else make another motion. My motion is to approve with staff recommendations and the condition that the windows in the ground floor remain and the second story windows are made to be as close as possible to the original windows.
How's that sound, Jay?
Yeah, staff conditions as modified plus what he said.
I just wanted to make sure the staircase is included.
Oh, and the staircase.
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry. Thank you.
It's a lot. I know.
I think we did that actually. We modified that. No, but I think we modified that, right?
Yeah, we're modifying the one about the design. So you're okay with the design of the Saltillo tiles, but we'll talk about the rest. So.
Okay. Great. Wow. I think that. Do we have a second? Let's get that in there.
I second.
Anyone? Yay! We have a second. Roll call, please.
Oh, I'm done. Commissioner Doom?
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan?
Yes.
Commissioner Yurka?
No.
Commissioner Craignati?
Yes.
And you know what's funny?
Thank you, everyone.
I was trying to do these alphabetically because that's how we usually write them on the minutes, but I realized that J comes before M in the alphabet, so I'll try to defer.
But Y doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Thank you very much, John and Alan and Ms. Chastain and everybody that was involved in this. It was a lot. So thank you very much for your patience and for waiting around this evening. Jay, do we have anything else?
We should give our hearty thanks to GTV6 staff who have bared with us through this, and to our phone call assistant who sat through no calls. He left a while ago though. So.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he's been gone for a while, so don't worry.
Well, I'm going to go have some pizza. Thank you. And
thank you. Good night.
We are officially adjourned. Thank you guys at 9:36.
Thank you for running a great meeting, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. You did a great job.